Do, 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 do. 1, 2. We're good on that. Wait for it to fire up. Good morning, gamers, and welcome back to Streaming Story Saturdays. Today, we are gonna start Saphrine's questing through post Heaven's Ward storyline, often known as the Dragonsong questline. Last time we hit up coils because, unfortunately, we need to do this to do the Warring Triad. So after we do this and the second set, post Dragonsong, the following week, then we'll hit up Warring Triad. But as for now, let me make sure I have that set right. Yep, we can start this one over in 4 attempts. Fortuitous timing, as always, Saphrine. Tatara was about to brief me on the search for our missing comrades. If you would be so kind, then. Be able to do this today. Absolutely. You'll be pleased to hear that Rio and his men have been making excellent progress. Remember how Philman helped me escape the Crystal Braves and Limsa only to disappear? Well, according to Rio, she crept aboard a ship bound for Han, where she's been hiding ever since. He assures me that it won't be long before they were reunited. As for Ida and Papalimo, the remains of their link pearls have been found, and in Pearlian of all places. Rio thinks they must have disposed them after escaping from the Royal Promenade. Yes, that would make sense. They could not risk being eavesdropped upon by our betrayers. We're all but certain that they fled the city shortly after, though we still don't have a clue where they went. I see. And what of Thancred and Menphilia? I'm afraid I don't have nothing new to share about those two. It's not all doom and gloom. The good news is we've enlisted the services of a Charlene scholar, one of the students of Aldessian, to aid in the search, who should be arriving any day now. One of the students, you say? I should very much like to meet the scholar, if time permits. But first, we must attend to a more pressing matter. Sir Emmerich has summoned the two of us for a private audience. The messenger did not specify what he wished to discuss, only that it was urgent. Assuming you have no objections, Saphrine, I suggest we proceed to the congregation forthwith. And mayhap we can meet with the scholar afterwards. Agreed? In that case, I think I'll return to the Forgotten Night for now. Things are liable to fall apart if I'm not gone too long, you know. Nope, it's not gonna be. I don't think.
Thank you for coming. I wish to speak with you both in a place where privacy was assured.
Yeah, it's usually 50-50 with whether or not these are or not.
We quite understand. What was it that you wished to discuss?
With my father's passing, the seat of the Archbishop lies vacant. And so, in accordance with canon law, I have assumed his responsibilities. I should stress that this is a temporary measure. It was never intended that the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights serve in this capacity indefinitely. Quite the opposite. The statutes specify that I should surrender my powers as soon as a conclave of the senior clergy and the high houses have named a new archbishop. But in light of recent events, that would not seem appropriate.
I confess I did not expect you to divulge quite so much quite so soon. The details of the Archbishop's plans, perhaps, but the true origin of the war and all it entails?
I too had concerns. But when the Warrior of Light is witnessed returning to the capital upon the back of a dragon, one's options are rather limited.
Suck it.
I could have concealed certain details, but for how long? And at what risk? Should the truth have come to light in the meantime, how would the people have viewed my silence? After 1,000 years of lies and secrecy, I could not well abuse their trust and hope to be believed. The time for deception has passed. I only wish the people agreed. That some would deny the truth I had anticipated, but not this many. And among the few who acknowledged that my father had to be stopped, no small number questioned our methods.
If they suspect a coup, it will not be long before some turn to violence.
It has already begun, and that on both sides. Men and women of the cloth are being harassed in the streets. Some have even been assaulted in the broom. Hilda and her people have formed a watch to help us maintain order, but such measures will not prevent the unrest from spreading.
For all our talk of peace, the people remain frightened and confused. For their sake, we must bring the Dragonsong War to a definitive end.
And we should be glad to help you, Sir Emmerich. But what precisely would you have us do?
We wish to treat with the dragons of Annex Shrine. To that end, I would trouble you for an escort and an introduction.
Annex Shrine? You would speak with Vidofnir then?
We must needs open a dialogue between our peoples. Acting as my representative, Lucia will extend an invitation to their leader, that she might visit us here in Ishgard. Were she still with us, I would of course have beseeched Isel's assistance in this matter. But as she is not, I must ask that you aid us in her stead. Will you do us this favor? Thank you, my friends. Lucia, I leave the rest to you.
Oh, it's
In the wake of the Archbishop's fall, the nation of Ishgard trembled, the faith of her people shaken to its very core. For 1,000 years had they fought and died, certain of the justice of their cause, only to be told that their holy war was born of the sins of their forefathers. What then for those brave men and women, thus stripped of their righteousness but to despair, to deny the truth and decry its speakers? And what then for those whom they defamed but to hope on, to have faith in a brighter tomorrow? A tomorrow in which man and dragon might live together in harmony, then as distant as the very stars in the heavens. within his lair the enemy lay, gathering his strength. Nidhogg, now possessed of his 2 eyes and the body of the Azure Dragoon, prizes to which he had laid claim at the very hour of the hero's triumph. As desperately as we sought the solace of peace, the great worm craved the misery of war. Nor was he alone in his misbegotten desire.
Okay. Now. With that said and done, we actually get started. I know not little of these lands the dragons call home, this annexed Thrine. Had you not agreed to escort me, the coming journey would seem a far more daunting prospect. I confess I myself once shuddered at the thought, yet even the longest journey begins with the first footstep, does it not? Ah, but ere we set forth, Saphrine and I must needs inform our comrade of our plans. Very well, I shall see to my preparations. Then let us go and bid farewell to Tataru, Saphrine. So, what was your secret meeting all about? I'm all ears. A diplomatic mission to annex Thrine, you say? Well, I suppose that does take precedence. But should your meeting with Lafnir happen to end early, you might consider rendezvousing with Shistola in Ildishire. She'll be there to receive our guest. Don't get me wrong, your meeting with the dragons is terribly important and everything, but this scholar just happens to be... time permitting, as I said, we shall endeavor to join Yistola, but if we cannot, pray pass on our regards. Let us be off, Saphrine. We have kept the first commander waiting long enough. Okay. We're just going to keep that name a secret. You are ready then? Good, so am I. Sure. The path is long, but known to us. From the Falcon's Nest, we shall cross the western highlands and make for Tailfeather in the Dravanian forelands. There, we can stop to eat and replenish our supplies. Questions? If not, then the stables await. Once again, we continue a journey to the west. I always imagined at first I set foot on Durranian soil would be at the head of an army. And here I am, ready to treat with the brothers and sisters of mine enemies. Full well do I know how difficult it can be to set aside the past. Though it was I who first proposed recruiting Ysel to our cause, I questioned the wisdom of my words almost as soon as I had uttered them, and for a long time after that. Here was a woman with all the blood of the innocents on her hands, men, women, and children, all slain in the name of an impalpable Lady Iceheart. Yet she acknowledged her misdeeds and agreed to join us in a common cause. At our side, she fought in service to that greater good, even unto her dying breath. And while that does not absolve her of her sins, I hope that one day she will be remembered not merely a heretic, but as a misguided soul who dreamt of peace. You ask much, Master Alphino. Yet who can say what might come to pass should our negotiations bear fruit? Yes, yes, of course. We must press on to Annex Thun, if you would follow me. Do, 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 do. And they're in the middle tier. Fortunately, I'm able to get there with not too much screwing up. Thou art welcome here, friend of Ysail. But this one I do not know. Pray forgive us this unannounced visit at Villafnir. May I present to you Lucia, first commander of the Temple Knights of Ishgard, and our trusted friend? It is an honor to meet you, Lafnir. I am come as an envoy of Sir Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights and acting leader of the Holy See. Indeed. You may speak, knight. For 1,000 years, man and dragon have been locked in endless, cycless blood and sorrow. To our shame, we long believed our kin to be the architects, your kin to be the architects of this war, but now we know the truth, that King Thordan and his Knights 12 did willingly betray and murder the great worm Radiskir, shattering the peace between our people. For 1,000 years, our leaders conspired to conceal this truth, the truth which was laid bare by the Warrior of Light, the Azure Dragoon, and Ysail. Alas, a deception so intricately wrought cannot be undone in a moment, and our people labored to accept the truth. After an eternity of war, who would dare to dream that peace could at last be within our grasp? Yet dream we must, as Ysail once did. And we must make that dream a reality, as she could not. We humbly beseech you, Blid of Near, join us in friendship once more and before the eyes of the people in Ishgard. A most unexpected invitation. I've heard your request, knight. However, I cannot yet give you mine answer. May I ask why? This matter concerneth my sire. He must needs be consulted. Moreover, the Nath grow bold, even as they did before, and I would not leave my people at the mercy of the swarm. Then we will wait. After 1,000 years' war, we cannot give up on peace for a want of patience. Fear not, knight. Thou shalt have mine answer within thy lifetime. So soon? My humble thanks. And I shall bear your words to my lord forthwith, until we meet again. That went smoother than expected. Given the circumstances, I would say that went rather well. To be frank, I am surprised our proposal was not rejected outright. Whether aught will come of it remains to be seen, however. Mayhap I should take this opportunity to speak with some of the other dragons. Ah, but you need not wait for me. The return journey holds no fears for me now. Well, if you have no further need of our services, we shall continue on to Charlian. We hope to welcome the scholar who has agreed to aid us in the search for our missing comrades. Then I pray your journey to be as swift and uneventful as ours was, and thank you again for sparing the time to assist us, even when grave matters remain unresolved. I can think of no graver matter than 1,000-year war, one which our friends gave their lives to see ended. Suffice it to say, I would willingly make 1,000 such journeys to ensure that their sacrifices was not in vain. Of that I have no doubt, Master Alphino. I only hope that the fates will not hold you to your word. Good God. And here she comes to save the day. So it would seem that we have time to greet this scholar after all. How delightful. I shall be interested to hear how she means to go about finding Minfilia and Thancred. I can only assume she is privy to some new investigative technique. In any event, our first order of business is to rendezvous with Y'shtola in Ildshire. God. Please? There we go. Wonder why that didn't work. Ah, Saphrine. It is good to see you. I confess I had assumed your business in Annex Thrine would detain you longer. Did your meeting with Vladimir go well? As well as can be expected. She did discuss her Sir Emmeric's proposal with Race Velgar, of course. But she seems amenable to the situation. What of our Shellian guest? Has she arrived yet? She has. But when I explained you would be joining us, she asked if she might use the intervening time to explore. I agreed to meet her outside on Frontbridge. We should be on our way. Alright. I think it's the west entrance. Maybe? Oh, never mind. It's right here.
I'm terribly sorry to have kept you all waiting.
Oh.
You need not apologize. We arrived but a moment ago ourselves. Pray, allow me to introduce Kryle, who has recently come from the Charlian motherland. She has generously offered to assist us. Oh, please, think nothing of it. A trip to Eorzea was long overdue.
Someone's a little surprised to see her.
You must be the warrior of light. Yes, you certainly do look the part. A pleasure to meet you at last, miss. And who is that I spy but young Alphino Levieux himself? I dare say someone's grown an ilm or two in my absence. Or are those lifts in your boots?
I shall forever be indebted to her for her sage guidance.
Sage indeed.
There was no small task keeping him out of trouble, believe you me. The youngest ever to enter the studium, him and his sister, 11-year-old prodigies. Suffice it to say, social graces were not among his list of talents. Striding up to his seniors on his first day, head held high. What was it he said again?
Do tell.
Thank you, Kryl.
For what? I haven't finished yet. Would you care to attempt a more dexterous deflection?
Mayhap we should save this delightful conversation for a more fitting occasion, when pressing matters do not demand our undivided attention.
A bit much, but better. I can tell you have been putting your skills to use here in Eorzea. Henceforth, I trust you will dazzle me with your eloquence at the first time of asking. Right, on to more pressing matters. Finding Minfilia and the other missing scions.
I gather you have new information to share with us.
A new approach, actually. Tataru recounted the tale of your escape, and it gave me an idea. Simply put, assuming Thancred left some manner of trail when you whisked him away, as is almost always the case with teleportation magics, I am confident I can find and follow it.
Then what are you waiting for?
Chance.
The wherewithal to do it. The fact is, my abilities aren't quite up to the task. Not in themselves, anyway. If I had Master Matoya's crystal eye, on the other hand...
Then let us all call on her forthwith. I think it best that you explain your plan to her in person.
Always fun seeing Alphino struggle. Going straight down? Yep. It's always the lawless to fear the most. Olorito, Tataru, and now Kryl. You did say we were heading for a cave, did you not? Because I am certainly don't see a cave nearby. Is Master Matoya meet us on the way or something? I've heard so many more stories of Master Matoya. Quite some flattering, others, yeah, less so. Rest assured, they're all true. This way, and have care where you tread. Really? Y'all couldn't bring me in? You guys suck. Alright, are we or are we not? It is really sporadic how often they do. Yep. Damn. Wrong button.
Forgive us, Master Matoya. We will be sure to wipe them on the way out. And may I say how glad I am that age has not yet deprived you of your senses.
Ever so quick-witted, aren't we? To the detriment of your manners. Well, out with it then. What do you want?
Pray, allow me to introduce myself, Master Matoya. I am Kryl, of the students of Baldessian. I hope you will excuse our unannounced visit.
Baldessian, you say? Ah, yes. The old coot set up shop on the Isle of Val, didn't he?
Except the Isle is gone.
Regrettably, our order's headquarters and the Isle itself were obliterated by a magic of immense power. I have the blessing of light to thank for my own preservation.
Croyle, you too possess the Echo.
Well, yes, of course I do. Our order is devoted to uncovering the mysteries of Hydaelyn and interpreting her will, particularly through the study of her gift to us. It was in the course of these studies that I met and subsequently befriended Minfilia. She and I have rather a lot in common.
I had no idea.
You weren't supposed to. Not that I wanted to deceive you, you understand, but precautions had to be taken.
Yes, that's all well and good, but you still haven't told me why you're here.
The students of Baldessian are gone, and there is naught I can do to change that. But the signs of the Seventh Dawn can yet be restored, and my dear friend found.
Hmm.
You have in your possession an ancient crystal of light, one you call your crystal eye. I believe I can use it to focus my abilities and locate one of the missing scions.
Just one.
And there I was, thinking you might want to make use of my years of experience. Wait.
Long did I ponder the nature of this crystal and its familiar radiance, but never did I suspect it was a crystal of light.
On the cusp of an umbral calamity, souls blessed with the power of the Echo invariably appear. To aid these, her chosen warriors, Hydaelyn bequeaths to each a slither of her strength in the form of a crystal of light. But as her strength wanes, so too does the potency of her gifts. This crystal, born of an earlier era, is infused with a power far greater than those of this age.
You could travel the length and breadth of the land and not find a crystal even a fraction as pure. Its value is beyond measure, as are the risks inherent in its use.
Hmm.
No two manifestations of the Echo are alike. I, for example, can converse with beings of every shape and size, excepting beasts, contrary to what others would have you believe. Language has nothing to do with it, of course. Rather, I am sensitive to the whispers of the soul. Their intent, their very essence even, the traces of which serve to guide the elementals to Y'shtola. Far-fetched though it may sound, I believe that with your crystal eye, I may be able to pick up where they left off and follow the remaining trail to Thancred. That is, if I have your permission.
Well, the poor sod's not going to find himself. So, as long as you don't drop it or take it out of my sight, you may do with it what you will.
Thank you, Master Matoya. Then let us begin. continues to the north and west, towards a mountain, the foot of Som Al.
That's a hell of a journey.
But he was not deposited within the rock. I think.
The hunters of Tailfeather know those lands well. I say we begin our search there.
No snarky remark on our departure? Okay. You all really don't like this town, do you? Never want to enter it. Were I to find myself in an unfamiliar wilderness, my first instinct would be to seek out signs of civilization. Ordinarily, perhaps, but in his wounded state, he may not have wished to risk contact with strangers of unknown allegiance. Yet even had Thancred chosen to remain in the forest, hunters surely would have stumbled across his trail. Tailfeather doesn't strike me as an isolated outpost, though. Merchants and traders pass through reasonably regularly, do they not? In which case, we would need to provide a more detailed description when we question the locals. Fear not, Kryl. I have already prepared several sketches of Thancred for the very purpose. This is impressive. You drew them from memory. A skill I acquired some years ago for reasons I no longer remember. I propose that we split into two pairs. Yishitol and I will inquire in the outlying encampments, while Saphrine and Kryl question the residents of Tailfeather. Afterwards, we shall regroup near Loth-Valth and share our findings. Assuming there are no objections, let us be about it. My, he certainly has matured, hasn't he? Hard to imagine he was once a boy who practiced drawing for hours to impress young ladies. Kryl. Anyway, we best get started. Find me when you have finished making your rounds. Oh, sure, I'm the one that's going to do all the work, huh? Searching for a friend of yours. Let's have a look then. Yeah. No, I ain't seeing him around, sorry. We're gonna talk to our dude inside, huh? What's that you got there, a sketch? Can't say I know the face. Say something of a warrior? I heard a tale about a Huron vagabond who brought down a Bandersnatch all by himself, and with style. Way they tell it, he was dancing with the beast like he were a belly of a bleeding bull. Sounds like your man. That was an interesting sight. Yeah, Huron, man. We're not exactly rare, you know. Could you be more specific? I did spy this one bloke a while back. Didn't get a good look at his face, but it could have been him. This is beyond the forest, as I recall, along the river to the west of Tailfeather. I remember thinking he wasn't much of a hunter. The lad was making no effort to cover his tracks, see, and that he was carrying an axe instead of a bow. Axe? Not really our Thancred. I don't think, at least. Finished? In that case, I think we've learned everything we can here. Let's see what the others have found. Alright. I believe this is going to be over by the Nath, right? Yeah. Alright, I'm pretty sure this one's not going to be. My apologies for our late arrival. We thought it wise to question as many hunters as we could. Many have camped in accessible locations, ideal for hunting game and not so receiving visitors. Nevertheless, our time proved well spent. There have been countless sightings of an exceptional, capable Huron hunter with whom no one is familiar. None chanced to see his man's face. His height and build match Thancred's description, as does his fighting prowess. Mind the one who said something about the axe. So you have heard the same tales. Be that as it may, we will want for conclusive proof. Mayhap this is unrelated, but I heard a curious tale regarding a Vath trader. He came to Tailfeather in search for of garments fit of a man of refinement, which seemed rather curious description for one of his kind. You are implying that Thancred sent a Vath to the market in his stead? Why would he not go himself? Well, if you recall, you yourself emerged from the life stream as naked as your name today. It is a scene I shall never forget. Until she knocks the ever-loving shit out of you. Is it now? Well, I was pleased to see you, I mean, it was a simple statement of fact. It stands to reason that Thancred found himself in the same predicament. In any case, if you had any dealings with the Vath, they should be able to tell us, no? Quite right, Cryle. Quite right. Alright, so we gotta go talk to our bipedal Clicklax. Well, what are we waiting for? For all we know, Thancred could be waiting for us in Lothal Vath. We must go and see the Vath right away. Come along, everyone. Come along. We're not your pets, boy. Oh, this one's gonna hurt. Great hunters, welcome you once more to Lotha's Vac. What do you seek this day? We seek a man whom we are told you may have a certain dealing. How curious. This hunter tire of goodly sport and pursue mortal prey? No, no, he is not prey, but a friend long missing. Good, good. He is friend of Nath as well, one with whom he have traded many times. Truly. And you are quite certain that this man was it? There is no doubt. The fleshling clothed in skins made came to us from Solam, lost and weak. He offered meats and hides in trade. In exchange, we tended his wounds. He brought us many flesh. So skilled a hunter he was, much flesh. When he asked for garments, we were glad to provide them. And where is he now? Gone to Los Athnat not long ago, when he heard of one mine had summoned our god once more. Crap. Ravana is returned? Lidofnir did say that the Nath had grown before. What could Thancred hope to accomplish by himself? Honored Elder, we thank you for your help. Would that we could repay this kindness ere we depart, but we must hasten to our comrade's side. Go, great hunters, lest the Nath claim him as sacrifice. Great. Ravana once more. I hope not. All right. Once more into the hive. Do, do, do. Come on.
Who else could be? Thancred. It could be Thancred. We must hurry.
Not as subtle as Thancred usually is. Oh, okay. That explains the axe. So he too has the echo.
This day, we reclaim the reins of history. This day, we rid ourselves of the Ascians forever.
Fools playing at heroes, all of you. Is this how you believe you can save your world?
We can and we will, Ascian. You shall see. Or perhaps you will not. So you are the warrior of light, the savior of Eorzea. It's a wonder you didn't come sooner, what with the primal and all. Lost a step, have we?
Smart ass.
Have care. The ether moves strangely around him.
It would seem we share a common enemy. Mayhap you would tell us who you are.
Shall we show them?
Took you long enough.
Not very sporting of you to interrupt, but so be it. Mark well our faces, warrior of light, for we are the warriors of darkness, walkers of a different path, and we shall meet again.
Warriors of Darkness? Really?
Hey, he said it, not us.
Thancred, are you all right?
Think he's the one that should be asking that, considering you got laid out.
Pleasantries can wait. I'd rather not be here when the Nath arrive. Agreed?
Do, 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 do.
Suffice it to say, our reunion was not at all as I pictured it. Waiting until the last instant to join the fray. 'Tis plain you have not lost your appetite for the dramatic.
My appetite for the dramatic. Have you forgotten the circumstances of our parting? The heroic last stand, the tunnel filling with light, and then... Had I known you intended to use forbidden magics to deliver me to some god's forsaken wilderness, I would have thanked you in advance.
Thancred.
If nothing else, you might have warned me that I would emerge from the live stream in the altogether. Eventually, I
What
managed to
the
fashion
hell?
knives from some obsidian I found, and set about hunting for meat and hides. Given that I'm not all that skilled in leatherworking, it's probably for the best that I met the Vath before I was reunited with you.
That's awesome.
So you were the fleshling clothed in skins of whom the storyteller spoke.
A description which fit me as ill as the skins themselves. Happily, I was able to trade with the Vath for garments better becoming a man of refinement. From them, I learned of Ravana, and of the great warrior who had once laid him low.
And thence did you conclude that were you to track the Primal's movements, it would surely bring you into contact with the Scions once more.
It seemed a reasonable assumption.
Hmm.
I could think of no one else with your enthusiasm for slaying beastmen gods. Until now, that is.
Ah, yes. The self-proclaimed Warriors of Darkness. 'Tis only fitting that they stand in opposition to the Warrior of Light, I suppose.
Glimpsed the leaders past, if only for a moment. They were confronting a man in black. An Ascian, I think.
If these warriors are capable of doing battle with Ascians and Primals both, they must be possessed of powerful protection. Protection not unlike the Echo.
But blessed with the power of the Echo, they are driven down to put primals. Despite his declaration that they walk a different path, I struggle to see how their goals conflict with ours. Nor is it the only oddity. I find it passing strange that such an exceptional individual should have wholly escaped our notice until now. Surely we would have heard rumors and attempted to recruit them to our cause. I recall no such adventurers, and I would not soon forget their like, nor would any of us, I think. One of our primary duties was to scour the city-states for promising candidates, which is how Thancred found Saphrine. Ah, the memories. Seems only like yesterday that you slew your first primal. Speaking of which, I had the distinct impression that it was not the first time that band of merry men and women had killed a god. I labor to believe that the band prematurely gifted adventurers has simply traveled the lands, slain primals without our knowledge. 'Twould imply a gross negligence on our part. Speculation aside, we will avail us not. There's far too much we do not know. Holy crap. For the present, we must needs concentrate on what we do know, namely that Northern Nirvana is no more. Widofnir must be informed. The news may render her more receptive to Sir Emmerich's invitation. Since you seem to have affairs well in hand, I shall take my leave. Simply being in the vicinity of this colony is giving me the stinking headache. If you have need of me, I shall be with Master Matoya. I would beg her assistance with the search for Menphilia. Wait, Menphilia is missing. I thought she escaped with Saphrine. I shall explain on the road. Much has happened in your absence. Yep, you're gonna have to blame Heidelin on that one. I had not thought to see thee again so soon, mortal. If thou seekest the night, know that she hath long since departed for Ishgard. My thanks, Vidofnir, but it was not for her cause that we came. We bring good tidings for you and yours. Lord Ravana, who was summoned by the Nath, has been again laid low. Truly, once more you mortals have succeeded where my own kin did fail. You have our deepest thanks. Would that we could take the credit. The god fell by another's hand. Another. Revelation upon revelation. Regardless, it is cause for celebration. The Nath will have no choice but to withdraw. But to another matter, I have tidings for thee as well. Regarding the Ishgardian's invitation? As promised, I have brought the matter to my sire. Hearken to his answer now. For 1,000 years I have mourned my beloved, who gave her life to forge a peace thy king betrayed. Such was my lot in life, until a child of Ishgard came unto me. For want of warmth she wrapped herself in a dream. Yet the world will remember her deeds. For truth she fought, for justice she sinned, for redemption she sacrificed and became as light. To follow one's heart, to have faith in one's conviction, be it for weal or be it for woe. Such is the folly and glory of man, and of dragon. He hath entrusted this choice to us, and we have made it. We will keep faith with you who walked in the light. Then you have accepted Sir Embrick's invitation? Let it be known that I, Vidofnir, shall journey unto Ishgard on behalf of my people. We are honored to receive your answer, and will convey your words to our allies without delay. It is happening, Ysael. Would that you were here to see it. Meanwhile,
Even as the Scions celebrated the return of a long-lost friend, honorable men plotted to deprive them of another. Honorable men, to whom Sir Emeric was no hero, but a scheming patricide. Honorable men, who would fain wash the paving stones of foundation with the tyrant's blood. Honorable men, whose knife in the dark was the spark which set the city aflame, and who sang as it burned.
yet. Easier to slay monsters ending a war than it is convincing people that peace is abound. Right, let us not keep Sir Emmerich waiting. Are you quite well, Thancred? Yes, quite well. Forgive me. You've given me rather a lot to digest. This whole affair with the Asgardians and the Dervanians, and our friends nowhere to be found. It would seem there is no end to our troubles. We can but face them head on, one at a time. For now, we must apply ourselves to our allotted tasks and leave the others to theirs. Remember, Thancred, we found you, as they found me. In time we will find Yida and Papalymo, and Minfiliad as well. These troubles will soon be but a memory, one which we can look back on together. Pray do not misunderstand. I did not mean to imply that it would be otherwise. I merely wished that I had rejoined our grand adventure as one of its more triumphant memories. Despite your recent accomplishments, the mood here is less than celebratory. But I have no doubt that we will enjoy many more glorious victories soon enough, and you may rest assured that I will play my part in them to the very hilt. I know you will. So then, to the congregation. Do, 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 do. You have returned. And this, at least, the fates are kind. Greetings, First Commander. It pleases me to inform you that Virofnia has accepted Sir Emmerich's invitation. She has? These are glad tidings indeed. But would that the Lord Commander were here to hear them. Oh, is he otherwise engaged? Ah, sleeping off a knife to the gut. Oh, what? What happened? Will he live? The Trojans tell me he will make a full recovery, but had Lord Edmont and Lord Artoriel not been on hand when the assassin struck, he would not have been so fortunate. For a mercy, they subdued the fiend before he could land the telling blow. The attack was just beginning, though. Not long after, buildings around the city, include several of ours, burst into flames. Bastards caught us completely out of surprise. We've been dousing the fires, but for everyone we put out, it seems like 2 more start up. Casualties are mounting, especially in the Broom. 'Tis plain these fires were started by the assassin's conspirators. Until they've been rounded up, there will be no end to this. Will you help us find them? Then let us be about it. Do, do, do. The flames are spreading. We must begin our investigation immediately. Witnesses must be found. Suspects must be identified. Have you been able to determine the precise locations where the fires were set? Mayhap there is a pattern. If there is, we have yet to discern it. The spires have been reported throughout the city, in both the pillars and foundation. Indeed, given the size and the area affected, I think it best to divide our forces. Master Alphino, Mistress Yishtola, I would have you take charge of investigating the Foundation. As you wish. Mayhap Totaro can be assistance as well. All the way out with Matoya, apparently. Meanwhile, Saphrine and me get the pillars. Oh, they'll like me up there. Only question is, will the grizzled old rogue striking a pose over there be joining us? Leave our aura farming Thancred alone, thank you. Thancred, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and may I say what a pleasure it is to meet you, my lady. Well, he hasn't lost his mojo yet. I bet. Name's Hilda. A scion, eh? And there I was thinking I found a fellow ruffian amongst all these illustrious personages. I will remain here to coordinate the fire-quenching effort. If you learn aught of value, pray inform me immediately. That is all. Well, we could begin by stifling through the charred rubble and questioning random passbyers. In my experience, every town has at least one individual who can be counted on to know things he or she should not. Oh, the infamous Lord Emilian de Fortams, lover of women and wine, though neither care for him as that much. They say he could gossip for Ishgard. Just the sort of man fellow had in mind. Capital suggestion, Saphrine. He'll be at the Crozier, most likely, making an effort to be seen, so let's go and see him. Grizzled, I will accept, but old? All right, where's our fellow idiot? Well, if it isn't Saphrine, my dearest of all my friends. You're looking rather glum. Something matter, old girl? Ah, yes, the arsons. Dreadful business, that, and all awfully curious, wouldn't you say? Doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it at all. Naturally, we've doubled the guard outside the manor, and along with most of the other houses. Can't have the old pile going up in flames, after all. Oh, in case you're wondering why Hoplet is a wash of refuge, the lower levels of the vault have been opened to those unfortunate souls who have lost their homes. Saramrek's orders, from what I hear. Remarkable man. Not even a knife the ribs can keep him from his duties. Actually, old girl, if you were thinking of questioning the refugees, I would be more than happy to accompany you to the Hoplin. While you conduct your inquiries, I could offer words of comfort to the distressed and despondent young maidens. Only. Wait a moment. I know what this is. You're giving me one of their kind looks, aren't you? You do me injustice, old girl. I'll have you know my heart yearns for but one rose, prickly though she may be. I sense you remain unconvinced. Very well. If it will help to prove the purity of my intentions, I shall gracefully rescind my offer. Now, run along and catch those arsonists. That was not entirely what I had hoped for. Whose idea was it to come here again? Never mind. For our next step, I suggest we divide our efforts. While you question the refugees in the Hopland, Saphrine, I shall investigate the locations where the fires were set. Would you be so good as to join me, Hilda? You know what? I reckon I would. Can't have you roaming about in the unfamiliar city by your lonesome, shall we? You only get robbed blind and left shivering in your small clothes. Okay. Alright, they're all up there. Was one of our first homes to be claimed, but I didn't see how the fire began. It was only when I heard our neighbors shouting that I looked outside and saw the flames. We barely escaped with the clothes on our backs. Were it not for the church's generosity, I don't know what we'd do. That's an odd one. Come, brothers and sisters, there is food, shelter, enough for all in the Baliska. Elone's blessing be upon you, father. I confess, were it not if we should come. There are so many unbelievable tales these days about the Archbishop and Sir Emmerich and the Dravanians. Trust in your heart, brother, and pay no heed to the lies of the lesser men. They seek only to lead you astray. Do you require succor as well, miss? So the Temple Knights have begun their investigation at last. Good. This madness has gone on far too long. Would that I could do something to aid in your search, but I have duty to these poor souls. Farewell, and may the Fury guide your steps. Not sure about that. There's a man with a satchel. I saw him kneeling outside the window, and then there was smoke everywhere. It was so hot I couldn't breathe. I don't remember how I made it out. Suppose I must have climbed. Maybe my arm is getting better after all. It's not gonna be the right way, I don't think. There we go. There you are. Anything to share? We will require more than muddled testimony of a traumatized girl if we are to identify the culprits. While you were questioning the refugees, we inspected the scenes of several fires, including one near St. Redmond's Cathedral, and another near the Tribunal. For mercy, neither structure suffered significant damage. Some might say they were spared by the grace of the Fury. Others might question how such ruthless, efficient arsonists contrived to fail so miserably on those two occasions when their targets were as a bastion of Ishgardian orthodoxy. Nothing conclusive, of course, but it goes give one cause to wonder. Alphino will doubtlessly have an opinion. As the boy always does. Do, 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 do. Oh, crap. There they are. Silence will avail you not, sir. Ah, Saphrine, I was just about to summon you. As you can see, we have detained a suspect. We found this man loitering near the remains of one of the stricken buildings. According to the eyewitnesses, he was also present before the fires broke out. We wished to have words, he did not, so we insisted. Let me go, damn it. You've got the wrong man. My, but you reek of oil. And are those burns on your hands? An occupational hazard, I suppose. But tell me, does arson pay well? I am a victim, you imbecile. Look at me. That you are, after a fashion. You should know that your pious patron has already spun a delightful yarn about how his pet mongrel slipped the leash and set about burning half the city to the ground. Not very noble of him, I grant you, but then these highborn types really do show loyalty to their pets. In fact, he called you a rabid and begged us to put you down. That's bollocks. He's one who told us to me get going. Even a sinner such as me could find salvation in the Fury's work, he said. I'd left it behind, tried to, with all my heart. Said my prayers every day like a good man, but he came to me. He came to me. And there you have it, Hilda. Would you be so kind as to escort our friend here to the congregation? So long as you don't mind him limping there when he gets there. That was incredible, Thancred, but how did you know he would confess? Well, I have seen his like before. A troubled soul manipulated by men of power and wielded as a weapon. I could not be certain, of course, but given the stakes, I thought it worth the risk. And if our captive had called your bluff? Must we entertain hypotheticals? The world is vexing enough. Thank you, Thancred. Whether it by luck or judgment, we have at last confirmed that these arsons were orchestrated by a person or persons of influence. I think it best we now return to the congregation and discuss how best to proceed. There, that one's closer. Well, it's definitely not an attempt of people in power to maintain their power. That would never happen. On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, I thank you all. The man you apprehended is being interrogated as we speak. Though he fell silent upon realizing that we had not turned his master, he will soon tell us what he knows, one way or another. Pardon the intrusion, First Commander. Ah, Lord Otorio, are you come to see your father? He's attending to Sir Emmerich in his chambers at present. I am. He bid me bring this salve. Then do not let us detain you, and thank you for your kindness, my lord. In times of trouble, every man must do his part. Would that I could do more. My lord Otorial did not seem to be in the best of spirits. 'Tis little wonder, Master Alphino. His father is widely slandered, and his half-brother did not yet cold in the grave. Yeah. Ah, it's about time. Damn it.
I do not mean to diminish our accomplishments, but until we identify the ones who ordered the fires set, our work is far from finished.
Between the various conservative and religious factions in Ishgard, I dare say there's no shortage of parties who would like to see the status quo preserved. Do any likely suspects spring to mind?
Aside from all of them?
Far too many to count.
Lord Commander, your wounds.
Are healing well. Thank you. Time is of the essence. Lest we forget, these men would sooner put their own city to the torch than see it change. When our enemies learn that we have apprehended their arsonist, there is no telling how they will react.
Lord Commander, an armed mob has seized control of the vault.
And now we know. Tell us what happened, sir. Spare no detail.
We were directing refugees into the Basilica, as you ordered, when all of a sudden, men brandishing weapons were all around us. It happened so fast, my lord. We had no time to respond. They've taken the refugees hostage and barricaded themselves inside the vault.
And they sent you to deliver their demands.
They, the true brothers of the faith, demand that a conclave to select the next archbishop be held forthwith. Furthermore, they declare that you, Lord Commander, are guilty of patricide and high treason, and that you must surrender yourself at once to receive of the Fury's judgment.
Ridiculous! I mean, do they honestly think that executing Sir Emmerich would change anything? That the truth will somehow die with him?
These fundamentalists rage against the passing of the old ways, unable to accept there can be no going back.
Change is always met with resistance.
Given the fanciful nature of their demands, a peaceful resolution does not seem likely. If the hostages are to be rescued, it will be by force, I fear.
Agreed. Lucia, take a contingent of knights and establish a perimeter outside the entrance.
At once, Lord Commander.
Hilda, I need your people out in force throughout the Broom. When word spreads of the situation, the friends and family of the hostages may try to take matters into their own hands. I will not give these militants more targets. I shall lead the assault on the vault. Master Alphino, can I count on the support of the Scions?
Of course.
We are in your debt.
I shall join you as well, Lord Commander.
Your assistance is most welcome, Lord Atwarel. To arms then, friends. Time is against us.
Once more to the vaults. Hopefully with the more satisfactory result this time. Duty time. Listen well. We will enter the Ballistica silently via this gate. According to our latest reports, there are at least 6 hostages being held within. The numbers and readiness of the true brothers of faith are unknown. I am told one claimed to have served under Thordan the Seventh. Might it be the same true of the rest? Given the swiftness which they seize control of the vaults, I think it highly likely, yes. Which means that they may well, yes, possess the knowledge required to turn the building's defenses against us. Be that as it may, we have no choice but to press on. Lord Tyrael, you are brave and true. None would dare question your honor if you choose not to risk your life in this endeavor. Are you certain you wish to join us? I am no stranger to the battlefield, Sir Emmerich. My arm will not falter. My shield will not break. Halon is my witness. We will bring these fanatics to justice. Well said, my lord. Friends, follow me. That was loud. You're not getting that one. That's one. Oh. Ah, we have guests. Shit.
Down with you!
Piss off. That's number 2. Mm-hmm. Oops. Those might activate. Or not. Sir Simonard, lay down your arms and release the hostages, and you will be shown mercy. I give you my word. The words of a heretic and a kinslayer. I would sooner trust a dragon. Activate the knights. We shall show these hostages the same mercy he showed his archbishop. Oh, it was worth a shot. Unlike you, Sir Emmerich, I am a man of honor. By my hand you shall receive the Fuhrer's judgment. So it is to be a trial, then. Lord Toriel, Saphrine, leave us and save the hostages. I will deal with Sir Simonard. Kick his ass! Am I going the wrong way? I'm going the wrong way. Right? There's more. Aren't we missing one? We're missing one. We're not ready to go to him yet. I don't think. Or is this just Thancred playing around? No, that's Thancred playing. My bad. Wow, he is not winning that duel. He is getting the crap kicked out of him. Holy hell. So where's this last one? Oh, okay. Of course, the Archbishop would take a child with them.
Where is he? Where is he?
Come no closer!
You have nowhere to run. Release the girl and surrender.
Surrender to whom? The blasphemer who throws wide the gates to our enemy? Who breaks bread with him and calls him brother? Ungodly swine! I would sooner die than surrender to you.
Is it godly to spill the blood of an innocent child? To burn the homes of your brothers? Tell me, priest, is that godly?
Do not speak to me of godliness, heathen! Your father's blood is on your hands, as is hers!
Well, somebody just pulled a Thancred.
What? But I...
Vidofne!
Well met, knight. Mayhap I chose an inopportune
Smart ass.
Not at all. Pray forgive us this most unworthy reception. We are honored to have you with us, and right glad of your aid.
Fortune delivered the child unto me. I had but to receive her.
Thank you for saving me.
Thou art welcome, child.
Somehow, I think their plan of disruption kind of backfired.
Never did I think to be indebted to so unexpected a savior. But full glad am I to be so.
Friend of Islam, warrior of warriors.
from Bracefelder.
Upon returning to our lands, Nidhogg's shade did sing unto his brood, and they for skies unknown did then take wing.
That's not good.
Thou must know, for your fates are inextricably bound.
What of Estinian? Is he truly lost to us?
Such matters are beyond my ken. I but bear my father's words. Take from them what thou wilt. Fare you well, mortals.
Oh, hopefully that will end civil unrest for a bit.
So it is as they say then. A great white dragon swooped down from the heavens to rescue an innocent child.
It'll make for a hell of a story.
Expected turn of events, but not an unwelcome one. The people will not soon forget this day.
Yet how will they choose to remember it, Sir Emmerich? And will these events serve to bring man and dragon closer together, or drive a deeper wedge between brothers? After 1,000 years, the world these men once knew is changing, and with ungentle swiftness to boot. Though their actions are misguided, their sentiments are only to be expected. You may be sure that others will rally to their cause. I share your desire for lasting peace with the Javanians, I do. But I would not see it built on the bones of our countrymen, nor on our own. I see much of Horsefon you, and I could not bear to mourn the passing of another son.
Lord Edmund.
This has been a day of surprises, has it not? 'Tis but a pity Vidofnir could not stay longer. Yes, I think it's fair to say she had timed her departure rather less well than her arrival. Well, time scarcely does justice. But one moment later we would have been a moment too late. Let us pray the Ishgaudians who yet harbor doubts will take these events to heart and accept the truth of Sir Emmerich's words. Well, 'tis only met that I informed Tataru of what has occurred here. If you have need of me, I shall be at Fort Manor. Allow me to accompany you. Tataru would never forgive me if I left for the Rising Stones without saying goodbye. A moment, Saphrine. I wish a word. Tell me, does Thancred seem quite well to you? He hasn't lost that aspect of himself. Nope. The player can still play. Of that I have no doubt. His time in the wilderness did not deprive him of his charm. That is neither here nor there. What concerns me is his etheric flow, which I fear has been irreparably disrupted. As a result, I suspect that his ability to manipulate ether has been compromised. Simply put, Thancred may no longer be able to wield magics. It would do much to explain why he has chosen to remain within the wilderness instead of seeking us out. He would have been compelled to rely solely on traditional methods of travel, significantly prolonging his journey. And when he learned that the nearby beast tribe was making preparations to summon a primal, it may well have seemed more sensible to wait. But this is still little more than speculation. Until I have proof, pray speak no word of it. Right then. I should be on my way. Cryle may have charmed Master Matoya for now, but who can say how long it will last? Oh, that was eventful. Quite a series of events. Cha-cha.
That Vidofnir should chance to arrive even as the girl fell. Truly, I could not have planned it better myself.
Ah, good. We were afraid you might have left.
A shield, my lord?
Fit for a true knight. An expression of our gratitude to you and yours. Long overdue. But there is something else I would discuss ere you part. Something which cannot leave this room. My father will soon step down as head of our house. Sir Emmerich was not the only one to fall under suspicion following the death of the Archbishop. There are some who believe my father complicit in a coup d'etat. Thus he intends to renounce his title to absolve our house of suspicion and secure the support of our peers.
Fucking politics.
Another way to convince houses Durandare and Zemail.
So I said to him, alas, he will not budge. Ever since I was a child, I knew that I would one day succeed my father. The thought of it filled me with pride. Once I learned the day was at hand, my heart was filled with naught but dread. Our legacy is built upon the lies of our forefathers. In accepting this title, am I not perpetuating this injustice? Why should I become the next count?
Yeah. Follow Harshi's example.
Just like him. I suspect that is what Horschiffon would have said. To aid those in need. When you look on that shield, I trust you will remember his words. And should I once more find my resolve wavering, I ask that you show me the way. You were a sister to Horchefort. Will you be a sister to me as well? Come, Manelaine. There's much to be done. For Father, and for Sir Emeric, and for Ishgard.
Pay him no heed.
To think we share the same blood. Pray excuse us.
Dealing with your brother's probably going to be more difficult than being the Count.
Those were the days of promises and vows, of tentative first steps into an uncertain future. A future shaped by the choices we made, in ways we could never have foreseen. Born of good and evil, of light and darkness, and shepherded by our hand. Be it for weal, or be it for woe.
Meanwhile, this is thy proof. 'Tis a long truth long forgotten, a tale of beginning and a path we have been set upon. Our fates were ordained long ago, Archon. The Garleans are no exception, nor the Triad. You know what must be done. Hmm. Well, everyone has their orders. The mask will attack as soon as all units are in position. The Imperials won't know what hit them. I fear it will be bloody. By Ralgar, it better be. We cannot stay here forever, Yda. We have other responsibilities. I know full well what my responsibilities are, and I mean to fulfill them. Everyone. Alright, so that's chapter 1 of Dragonsong War. So, let's start chapter 2. Alphino, Saphrine, I've been all over looking for you. We received news regarding Philemon, Hori Boulder, and Colnet. Really? Has something happened? No, it's nothing bad. Quite the opposite, in fact. Seems that once they learned the Scion's good name had been restored, they boarded the next ship bound for Limsa Lominsa. They should be arriving at any moment now. It's easy to forget how useful link pearls are, isn't it? When they work, I mean. And don't you mind being spied on? Quite. But what wonderful news. To think that our reunion is close at hand? A pleasure to see you too, Alphino. Ah, Thancred. And Kryl, what brings the two of you here? Kryl and I had been looking for we might track down Minfilia. And we may have just found the answer. Saphrine, when you were fleeing Ul'dah with Minfilia, you said that Hydaelyn spoke to her shortly before you parted ways, yes? Well, assuming that is true, I see no reason to suspect that is not. It seemed reasonable to conclude that Hydaelyn commanded her to remain behind. That is to say, the Mother Crystal directly interceded to guide Minfilia. Admittedly, that is still quite hypothetical, but I propose that such intervention, however subtle, must surely leave some residual trace. A lingering disturbance in the ether, or ripple, if you will. In order to establish the existence of such ripples, of course, we will require suitable data. Fortunately, I know where such data can be found. The battleground where Saphrine felled the ultimate weapon, and the site of my personal ignominy. 'Twas there that Hydaelyn intervened to shield her from the magics I invoked. Kryl and I will infiltrate the castrum and analyze the ether within. God damn. The two of you alone? I have proven a knack for subterfuge, and I am confident there will be sufficient nooks and crannies in which to hide Kryl while the patrols pass. Besides, if you and Saphrine come along, we'll see to Philemon's grand homecoming. When you put it like that, very well, I will trust in your plan. I know not whether this data will yield a means to find Minfilia, but I will very at least eliminate another avenue of inquiry. Tataru and I will return to the Rising Stones and make preparations for our comrades' return. Might I impose upon you to meet them at Leminson Docks? Then I shall see the four of you at the Rising Stones. Safe travels. Been a while since we've been back to Lominsa. Bow, 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 bow. There you are. Oh, Saphrine, how you have been. Come, here, let me take a good look at you. Thank the 12. One hears the strangest tales in foreign lands. I worried about you all every day. When we had sent word sooner, but the braves afforded us no opportunity. When they fell upon us in the market, it was all we could do to escape. Tataru found her way to you, of course, but we were forced to seek shelter aboard a Hanish vessel. It pained us not being there when you needed us most, but we made the most of it, didn't we, Coolin' It? Studied and trained from dusk till dawn, we did. We would have sent word sooner, but we knew not whom to trust, and with the vast distance, those dark days are behind us at last. I should be glad indeed to return home and speak with my daughter. About that. What do you mean she is missing? How could you let this happen? Forgive me, I'm sure you are doing everything in your power to find her. As Thancred must be. He watched over her from the first, long before me, and he will watch over her to the last. I shall pray for her safe return, and busy myself in the meantime. For a certainty, there is much and more to be done. The braves may have bloodied us, but the path remains, and we shall not be swayed from it. Aye, that's a spirit. To the scions and a long overdue reunion. I'm not saying that. Well, there you have it. To the rising stones. Meanwhile...
Well done, sir. And with that, I believe we are ready to proceed.
Let us be about our business then. The next patrol may not be so credulous.
Why must you be so disappointingly brusque? You're not at all as Minfilia described, you know. I don't think you favoured me with so much as a single compliment since we set out.
Ouch.
Hey, did your time in the wilderness sap you of all your charm? Or are you holding it in reserve for your beloved?
This is neither the time nor the place.
Well, call me old-fashioned, but when I'm risking life and limb infiltrating an Imperial castrum, I like to be sure of my comrades' motivations.
Damn. Getting grilled by a Lala.
I see now where Alcino gets it from. Minfilia is dear to me, it is true, but not in the way you think. 15 years passed, when she was still but a child. There was an incident at a parade. A gubu broke free of its fetters and ran amok through the streets of Ul'dah. Had I been more attentive, I could have prevented it. But I was distracted, and her father was killed.
Holy shit, that's a throwback.
But in the years that followed, she showed herself to be more resilient than I had ever imagined. And when she learned of her gift, she did not flinch from the responsibility, but sought to guide others on the path. She touched the hearts of all around her. Mine, Louisoire, every science. In those dark days following the calamity, she was our guiding light, our hope for a brighter future. She had so many dreams, and I would give anything to make them come true.
My apologies. I can see she means the world to you. I did not mean to pick up old scars.
No harm done, I assure you. But fair is fair, my lady. What is Minfilia to you?
You mean you don't know? Only my dearest friend. When I finally emerged from my torpor, I learned that nary a day had passed without her asking after me. She never gave up hope. And neither will I.
Then for Minfilia's sake, let us pray that these vestiges of Hydaelyn's intervention will lead us to her.
Come on. There we go. Ah, you're not gonna send me to the stones? You all suck. Do, 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 do. It feels good to be home again. To think that everyone is waiting for us just beyond those doors. Friends and family with whom we have shared much. God's help me, but the older I get, the more sentimental I become. Come, let us not keep them waiting. If they only had the technology. Wow, there's a lot here. Glad though I am to be home, I cannot help think of those who have yet to return. Once we have settled in, I would join the search. Oh, sure. What in the Seven Hills drove my little brother to come home to Mordona? Why, you, brother. You and the Scions, of course. For 1,000 days I trained, that I might grow as strong as you, that I might fight alongside you. Yet now that you are here, I sense you have surpassed me once more. No, do not tell me. You have trained with the Haunish, did you not? Your eyes do not deceive you, brother. Aye, I have studied the trials of the braves, and drunk deep of the souls of mine enemies. To secret oneself in a ship's hold to secure safe passage to a faraway land. This is a tale we know all too well. When they were well rested, I should seek an informal introduction. Why, wait, friend. Come, there is no need to be shy. Pray, grant me a moment longer at least. Though I am happy to oblige you, my legs are rather less accommodating. We could do with more of that around here. Heartfelt reunions of star-willing companions brings a brings a tear to the eye. Elaine and Phil, it fills my heart with joy to see both of you hale and hearty. And what of Higiri? She is well, though abroad on a mission at present. It wasn't the same without you. Come, welcome back, my lady. That tea is really kicking in. It has been so long since I've seen Ma like this. Too long. 'Twas the chaos born of my foolish ambition which forced them to flee. Though they are reunited, there are others yet missing, others whom we cannot forsake. We'll find them, Alphino. I know we will. Infilia, Ida, Papalimo, every last one. And when they walk through those doors, we'll be here to welcome them home. With me at the heart of the queue, of course. Cookies are more important. Da da da. Oh, God. Thancred and Kryl contacted us a short while ago. It would seem that their foray into Castrum Meridium bore fruit. They ask that we rendezvous with them in Ishtol in Ishtishire, where they will share their findings. Rude though it is to depart without speaking to the guest of honor, I expect she will forgive me if I return with her daughter. But we just got back. Fine. Let's go travel across the Eorzea again. At least this place is better than Bone Dry. My apologies. I see I am the last to arrive. So what good news have you for us? Well, as we postulated, there are indeed what appears to be remnants of an unexplained disturbance in the ether at the scene of the Ultima Weapon's destruction. A ripple at odds which the presiding pattern. Though faint, the waveforms bore strong resemblance to those observed following the destruction of the Isle of Val, when I believe Heidelin shielded me with the blessing of light. To confirm our findings, we paid a visit to the Scylla aqueducts. There we determined the same waveform, but orders of a magnitude larger, as one would expect of a more recent disturbance. Heidelin, there is no other explanation. But there is more. When I studied the site where Y'shtola used to flow, it appeared that not 2 but 3 beings had been affected. Y'shtola, Thancred, and Mithnili, yeah. Yet, unlike Y'shtola and Thancred's, there was no trail to follow. Our unknown third party was simply there and then not there. Now recall your visions of a vast crystal floating in the sea of ether. Though this too is but a theory, studies of gifted subjects suggest that when communing with Heidelin, we briefly leave our bodies behind. So let us consider the facts. 1. Heidelin interceded. 2. A third being was caught in Y'shtola's flow and vanished without a trace. And 3. Heidelin may have the capacity to summon the consciousness of gifted individuals to her side. So you're implying that, I take it, that Heidelin guided Minfili into the compass of my magic, that she might summon her, body and soul, unto the ethereal sea? In which case we would need to continue our search there. For a blessing, the means to do so already exists. I speak of the Antitower, a Charlene construction conceived to provide scholars a vantage point over the ethereal sea. Though I know not where the entrance lies, we need only ask its last custodian, a contrary old crone who, for another blessing, refused to join the Exodus. Master Matoya was in keeper of the Antitower. I had no idea. Then our course is clear. We must petition her aid once again. Good luck with that. Where the... Oh, there we are. Wow, Random has really been pulling out MIDI a lot today. Alright, let's go see Matoya once more. Yeah, damn it. Oops. Do, 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 do. And nope, not there. There. Not there. Over there. There we go. Oh, what a surprise. Well, what secrets have you come to extract from me this time? Ah, though it pains me to admit it, your words strike closer to the mark. We humbly ask that you grant us entrance to the antitower, that we might use it to seek a friend who we believe has been transported to the ethereal sea. And who told you I could do such a thing, I wonder? The tower was abandoned to keep its magic keepers 15 years ago. They had their run their place now. If that is no deterrent to you, then by all means. Is that all? I felt sure you would seek to dissuade us from our course, given your role as custodian. Role? Hardly. The Forum foisted a title on me. During the Exodus, every entrance to the Antitower was sealed, save one. My role consists of making sure no one with ill intent sneaks through it. Such was the Forum's final order to me. The cowards. Well, I can remove the wards right now. Will you be going or not? We will, Master Matoyo. We will do whatever it takes to find Minfilia. I'll see about that. You, Baldessian girl, you're staying here with me. I need your help to restore the wards to their original state. The rest of you can go, on the condition that you clean up the mess in those tower. If you encounter any unruly familiars, you're to tend with them. Those are my terms. And I'll hear no argument. Well, it appears the mistress has spoken. Lead the way, Saphrine, before she turns us into toads. Morning, Aurora. Hope you're doing well. All right. Oh, I just remembered which one this was. Oh, I hope I get the drop. I love how this place is literally upside down. Oh. Still hilarious how at level 60, the NPCs do not have job crystals yet. Do, 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 do. There you go, Thancred. That's better. Choo do 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 do. Ah, crap. Do 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 do. Really? Yeah. Wow, that was a good one. All right. Let's deal with the big guy. Those are going to be decent sized, if I remember right. Oh, you're a jerk. Time for your ads. Where's the other one? There it is. One down. Yeah. You know what? Let's see if we can pull this off. How brave are you, Thancred? Fine, we'll do it over here. Oops, not good. Oh, that wasn't too bad. Shall we try it one more time? Maybe. Oh, not good. Ishtola, I don't even want to ask about that one. Ooh, yep, saw that coming. Well, it was worth a shot. I gotta give Alphino credit. He is keeping up.
That was unbecoming.
Ancre, do you want to hurry up? There we go. I can't give Alphanode crap anymore. Not for a good while. That was amazing. All right, for the fun time with Ziggy. That was bright. When you get targeted, all you just want to do is get behind a rock. Like that. And then, of course, obviously dodge the rock. And that is honestly the whole mechanic of the fight. You know what? Let's burn it here. We should get it back by the time we get to the fun fight. All right. I don't think we've tested Alphino's limits yet, so... Let's go once more. Probably have to bring him to Thancred, though. Wait, why did those two port there? Poor Thancred. Does your healer teleport away from you? Oh, no, we're screwed. That wasn't too bad. Oh, I am a little concerned looking at the health pools. Why? Level synced, I have basically his same. They are really going all out on this, aren't they? Do, 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 do. Ow. That wasn't too bad. All right. Time for the fun throwback. I honestly like this design much better than their original sprite forms. Alright, phase one, just knock out the little ones. You, that's a lot. And now time for the fun fight. Turn away from everybody. Oh, crap. That was my bad. Anything but the areas where she protected. Gotta take out the transforms. Free your DPS. And she does this a lot. There we go. Once more with the brace. Can only hit from the front. And... yeah. If you have those dolls as your minions, you should really read their flavor text. It's kind of adorable. Damn, didn't get one. Uh-oh. Mommy sounds different.
Through time and space hast thou journeyed unto me, as I knew thou wouldst. We are the word of the mother. We, who were once called Minfilia. Much time hath passed for thee since the bloody banquet, since I hearkened to her word. Mother, Hydaelyn guided me towards Y'shtola and Thancred, that I might be swept up in their flow and delivered unto the ethereal sea. There, adrift and alone, her voice silent once more, I prayed for those we had lost, for those we can yet save. To her I would make an offering. We speak now with one voice, one will, one word. Unto thee we bequeath the most precious of gifts, the truth which lieth at the heart of this world. Thus do we beseech thee once more. Hear, feel, think. Before there was life, in the depths of the ethereal sea, light and dark did once dwell as one.
But the darkness coveted power, and the balance was broken. Thus was I forced to banish him unto the distant heavens, to forever remain apart, a moon bound. In sundering the star did we cry out, and the barriers twixt planes chanced to falter. Across 10 and 3 were we then divided, reflections of the source, each possessed of a shard. Zodiac longeth to be made whole. For his restoration, for his resurrection, his servants labor without cease. They seek to tear down the barriers which surround the source. Thus do they rejoice in their ardor, in your calamities, for each marks a rejoining. Seven times have they succeeded. 7 times hath the darkness grown stronger. 7 times have I failed. The Ascians cannot be suffered to continue. This is my final.
Hmm?
The crystal's power is all but spent. With what remains, I will return you to the shore of the ethereal sea. Blessed children, go forth and seek. Seek.
Not entirely of what we were hoping for, but did
You've had another vision, haven't you?
learn of the shards.
Let's return to Master Matoya's cave. Everyone will wish to hear what you saw.
Still in one piece, are we? Well, did you learn anything?
The word of the mother? I'm not sure I understand.
Nor am I. Cryle?
As unbelievable as it sounds, I see no reason to doubt her. The word's tale. No one was more sensitive to the will of Hydaelyn than Minfilia. And if Hydaelyn has grown so weak that she can barely make herself heard, it is not hard to see why Minfilia, having joined with her, might struggle to maintain her own form.
Why would she need to maintain her own form? Are you saying... Are you saying she's gone? But that cannot be. Not now. Not after all we have accomplished. We were meant to usher in the dawn's light together.
She threw herself on the fire to fuel your dawn's light, boy. You'll just have to usher it in on your own.
Harsh, but true.
Must you be so ungentle?
Tell me about the Scions, boy.
The Scions of the Seventh Dawn lay before Eorzea's salvation. Whenever the realm is threatened, be it by Primal, Ascian, Garlean, or any other, we take up arms in her defense, that all in Eorzea may live to see a brighter tomorrow.
And
that's very noble of you. But in chasing after these lofty goals of yours, you seem to have lost sight of some basic truths. To win a war, you must be willing to do whatever it takes. To fight, to kill, and if necessary, to die. The path you've chosen is paved with the dead. Walk it with your eyes open, or not at all.
I know the truth of which you speak, and have from the first. If the Ascians will go to any length to resurrect their god, then we must needs be as committed to our cause, to unmask them and their schemes, and to crush them both utterly. Come, there is much to be done.
Yes, of course.
Someone's been awfully quiet.
Thancred, wait! No, this is all wrong.
She's not coming back, is she? It weighs on you, too, I know. I understand why she made her decision, and yet... every time we lose another friend, I have to ask myself if there was not another way. I must ask that you not breathe a word of this to any of the others at the Rising Stones, especially Philemon. I will brief Tataru on what we have learned, as well as Urianger. He may have insight into what the word told us. As for you, Saphrine, after all you have done, I would say you have earned a rest. But speaking of well-earned rewards, I received a missive from Sir Emmerich while you were away. 'Twould seem he is planning a ceremony of sorts, and would like you to attend. He did not divulge the details, preferring instead to explain in person. Mayhap you should pay him a visit. From salvaging one disaster to another. Here we go.
pleasure to see you again.
Oh, it is. Okay.
I take it you received our invitation. Good, good. You of all people should be present. When the true brothers of the faith seized control of the vault, I feared the worst. Yet in adversity were we blessed with the promise of peace between man and dragon through Vidofnir's timely rescue of an innocent child. Timely, I say, though miraculous or providential might better describe the event. The gods themselves could not have devised a more fitting symbol of hope. Needless to say, we could scarce let such an opportunity pass us by. Which is why I set about making formal arrangements for a peace conference between our peoples. You and yours have done more to bring us together than any, and it is only right that you attend.
Mm-hmm.
But I confess that is not the only reason I would be glad to have you there. Given Nidhogg's implacable opposition to the peace, it is possible that he and his followers may attempt to disrupt proceedings, in which event your presence would be a comfort to all in attendance. Pray understand, I have no wish to invite the worm's ire, but if our fractured nation is to heal, if we are to move forward as a people united, then we must do whatever is necessary to bring about lasting change.
I believe you were told to rest.
Tis nothing. Tis nothing. Lucia cautioned me against giving vent to my passions, lest my wounds reopen. It has not been easy reaching out to our opponents in Ishgard, many of whom sympathized with the actions of the true brothers. But in so doing, we have limited the influence of the zealots. The people are ready, my friend. This conference must go ahead. I knew you would understand. The conference will take place on the border of Ishgardian and Dravanian territory in Falcon's Nest. Lucia is there, seeing to the final preparations even as we speak. Pray join her at your earliest convenience. 'Twould not do for the guest of honor to arrive late, after all. Oh, and one more thing. A drink. We should make time for one. Once the conference is concluded, I mean. By my reckoning, 'tis long overdue.
Don't set up a death flag, you idiot. Well, the same thing happened with Hershey before we went into the vault, if I remember right. This one most definitely is. Lord Commander said you would come, Saphrine. As you can see, preparations for the conference are proceeding apace. Mark well the curtain above. It conceals a relief that will be unveiled during the conference. The masons labor day and night to see it finished on schedule. Sir Emmerich wanted a symbol which could endure as long after the conference is concluded. I think he will be pleased with the results. 'Twas not my war, but I made it mine. And to see it drawn closer to a resolution fills me with strange hope. His faith is infectious, is it not? His certainty that we can be better than we are. Forgive me, I am rambling. You must be tired from your journey. Go, rest. I will not keep you. Do, do, do. If you would rather not take a rest, why not take a walk around Falcon's Nest? Make your presence known to the people, and so forth. In addition to those who have come from far and wide to attend this ceremony, you may meet with the Lords Artorial and Emmanuel, who have graciously volunteered their services. They should be glad to see you now. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must needs return to my duties. I'm sure Emmanuel has offered his services to many a maiden around here. Bloody exciting, isn't it? Not just peace with the dragons, but with all them heretics besides. Don't misunderstand, we've all got a healthy fear for being bathed in dragonfire. That being said, the heretics did far more to hinder our efforts here in the past. So hearing that we're closer to reconciliation comes at a great relief. Do you know everything has been set to begin? I wasn't sure how many might come, so I thought best to come early and find a spot with a great view. When I heard Sir Emmerich was planning to make a speech, I knew I couldn't miss it. I mean, the man's risked his own neck to rescue those hostages. How often do we get heroes like that in this day and age? And he's more than a fighter, too. He's a thinker, he is. He's got plans to better our lives, to change things, and he'll do it by the Fury. Me and my friends and my family, we all believe he can do it. Redwald. How you been doing, my boy? I'm glad to see the rumors were true. Well met, Mrs. Conakruer. And fear not, I have no intention of begging your aid with this or that. Everything appears to be in order. My only lingering concern is that one of the convictors might not have been informed of our plans. As I recall, Vidofnir may pass directly over their encampment. Last thing we need is a glory-seeking nobleman attempting to slay a Dravanian ambassador at a peace conference. Victoria. There we go. How much has passed since we fought alongside each other in the vault? If you had told me that we would soon be hosting a peace conference, I would have thought you a naive fool. Yet here we are, preparing to make a fantasy a reality. And here I am, laboring to make it so. Lord Arterial, if I may? Certainly, First Commander. How may I be of service? Some of the convictors are refusing to stand down. The majority are willing to do so, but a small party have instead pledged to engage any Dravanian bound for Falcon's Nest. Fury take me, they would defy Sir Emmerich's commands if they dare attack Vidofnir. It will not come to that, but to see that it does not, we must needs hasten to their encampment. They should be far more reluctant to oppose us were a lord of House Fortome present. I understand completely. Let us depart at once. But ere we do, I must ask, would you look after Emmanuel while I am away? As you know, he has ever been an impulsive, changeable child, but recently he seems to have suffered a bout of melancholy. I thought to lift his spirits by having him assist with guard duty, a simple but honorable charge. Unlikely to expose him to any danger given the presence of so many other knights. Alas, he has taken no interest. I fear he may abandon his post in my absence. All I ask is that you keep an eye on him until I return. Exhausting though it may be. Thank you, my friend. I promise we will not be long. Great! We get to babysit once again. I am rather busy at the moment, old girl, guarding this tavern, as it were. Oh, I see now. Thoriel thought I might be derelict of my duties, eh? The nerve of my brother to question my dedication. But since you're here, mayhap I can put you to proper use. The wasteland beyond the walls must be kept safe for travelers, yet I am been forbidden from leaving Falcon's Nest. It wouldn't do for our esteemed guest to be devoured by wolves. Oh, no. Yet that is precisely what will happen if we do not cull the roaming pack. Your map, if I may. Right. There. Those are the points our scouts marked for our patrol. I'll leave it to you, old girl. Come, Honoro. I must return to my runs. Oh, dear. Do be careful, my lady. Well, as long as he stays within the walls, he shouldn't get into too much trouble. Tch, like I'm stupid enough to believe that. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Oh, lovely. Oh, we weren't gone that long, so hopefully he didn't set the place ablaze. Saphrine Kanakuro, Wolf's Bane, it pleases me to inform you that I have completed my rounds and that all is well within the Falcon's Nest. Oh, and there was a grizzled fellow looking for you. You know, the one who made the arsonist confess. Clever, that. Thancred, was it? He was asking for after you. Anyway, once I noticed the garish weapons he was sporting, I deemed it a waste to leave him be. I dispatched him to an area I'm neglected to mark on your map. Yes, this one. If you hurry, you might still be there. God. Pain. Anyway. Pretty sure I don't need to worry about Thancred. Cha-cha. Fancy meeting you here, Saphrine. 'Twas fortunate I came when I did. Those two would have not fared well against the wolves on their own. The young lord wasted no time taking advantage of you, did he? And me, I suppose. Let us return to the Falcon's Nest, then, and see what other thrilling tasks he may have for us. This was just a distraction to get me away from the nest. I'm going to put a boot up that boy's backside. Oh well. Do. And there they are, the pair of gallant heroes if I ever saw them. Comrades in arms, reunited at the last. By your selfless sacrifice, have you guaranteed the safety of our many guests? On behalf of Ishgard, I thank you both. And with that, there's nothing left to do but enjoy our well-earned respite. Da, da, da. Oh, and this should be, of course, go without saying, but let's keep those last few favors between us, yes? Toriel wouldn't understand. Right then, the first floor of those barracks has been converted into a tavern for the duration of the conference. Why don't you go and have yourself something to eat? For once, a suggestion to which I agree. Go on, Saphrine. I'll join you anon. Someone partied a little too hard.
Welcome, welcome. Find yourself an empty seat and I'll be with you in a moment. Cold out, isn't it? Here, a mug on the house. Let's get some colour back in them cheeks.
Gonna let that one slide. Gonna let that one slide.
Afraid food will be a bit longer than usual. We've got a lot of hungry folk to feed, what with the conference and all. Oh, so many people with cause to celebrate. To think there could be peace in our time, after all them years of fighting. When I heard about the conference, I knew I had to come. I knew I had to be here, to do my bit. My husband, he died fighting the dragons, you see. And here we are, about to break bread with him.
Hopefully you're not going to do anything stupid.
You were right, my lord. You look tired. Reckon you could do with a good long rest? After all you've done, I say you've earned it. Sleep now. Sleep. Sleep and leave us to our affairs.
Well,
This was never your fight.
shit.
My son. They told me he walks in Alone's halls.
Him and the rest of his unit.
He told me the same.
I expect they think it's comforting. Every time I come, I cry. I cannot bear to remember, but to forget would be 1,000 times worse. Yet that is what they would have us do. Accept this truth for the sake of peace. Bury the past and look to the future. But he was my future. My flesh and blood. My heart.
Is this it? We're the only ones with the courage to oppose this madness? Cowards, a lot of them.
They think only of the prize, of the peace Sir Emmerich promises them. They know in their hearts it's a lie, but they go along with it anyway, desperate fools. But not I. Not I! I see the worm that killed my brother in my dreams every night, and I will not rest until he lies broken at my feet. Him and every last one of his accursed kin.
All this nonsense about Kings of Eld, as if I care what they did or didn't do, makes no difference to me and mine. Have the dragons sued for peace in 1,000 years? Are they bollocks? It's a bloody ruse is what it is, and Sir Emmerich and the rest of them bloody fallen for it.
But what can we do? They believe, and naught we can say will ever change their minds. Whether we like it or not, man and dragon will come together at Vulcan's Nest, and all will be forgiven. Forgiven and forgotten.
No. I will not let that happen. They will remember the true face of the enemy. I will show it to them. And we will rise up against them once more.
Hey! Hey! This is no time for napping. Do you have your wits about you? Good. Come with me. We have a crisis on our hands.
When don't we?
Hear me, brothers and sisters. Do not be fooled by the honeyed words of the Dravarnians. The peace they promise is but a prelude to slaughter. Remember your husbands and wives never returned from war. Your children torn apart by fang and claw. All your loved ones shown no mercy. Does not your heart cry out for vengeance? Your blood boil at the injustice? Remember the face of your enemy, brothers and sisters. Remember it, and strike back!
You there! Don't just stand around gawping! Do something, man!
stop her! Yes, my lord.
Don't do anything stupid. That was the opposite.
We hear the true nature of the Highborn. With lies and deception, they lead us to our doom. And dare we raise our voices in dissent? Death is our reward. This is the choice they have given us, brothers and sisters. Death by Dragon's Fang, or death by Nobleman's command. Death to all we hold dear. I spit on your choices, noblemen! You will take no more from me! No more! No more!
What have you done? I only did as you ordered, my lord.
Oh, shit.
I gave no such order. I did not. I never meant for anyone to...
I dare say that could not have played out any worse. First, given that the first commander and Lord Eterial are not here to take control of the situation. Spoke with the messenger who said they would be returning shortly, but until they do, naught will be done. Lord Emmanuel has retreated to the barracks and is refusing to speak with anyone. Therefore, it falls to us to ensure that order has been fully restored. Come, let us walk the streets and speak with the people. My wife and I fell while fleeing with the others at first. The Kai urchins tended to our bruises afterwards. Those mad fools have ruined everything, and for what? They were wrong to resort to violence, but when I heard her speak, her words were as daggers in my heart. Who are we to decide that enough is enough? That their calls for justice can never be answered? Will this be the end of it, or will the others like them and the true brothers? I do not want to bear steel against my kinsmen ever again. I don't know if I even can. Yeah, if no one ever stops, it can be pretty disheartening. I heard the rumors that the young lord was a drunken fool. Oh, what an imbecile thought it would be a good idea to let him have run of Falcon's Nest. Well, I say him and Sir Emmerich take their bloody change and shut up their arses. I will be not taken in by that rot again. Definitely did not help their cause. Well, what say you? So the violence has passed, but the people are far from recovered. That is only to be expected. For the moment, it appears that no innocents were harmed by the guards, except for the one lady. The blame for all the casualties can be squarely placed upon the protesters. Nevertheless, the people will not soon forget the image of a young lordling ordering the public execution of an unarmed protester. One whose words resonated with the hearts of many. After all, who among us has not lost loved ones? What are these? Hour and finally augments series. Lord Eteriel and the first commander should have returned by now. To the tavern, then. Their first order of business, to speak with Lord Emelian, and I somehow doubt that he has moved an ilm since we last saw him. For once, I actually agree with his decision. It's best if you do not do anything else. My apologies, Saphrine. I bear full responsibility for this debacle. There will be time for that later. I, for one, am more concerned about the picking up the pieces. What do we know? According to the initial reports, the protest was orchestrated by the young woman whom Lord Emelian ordered shot. She and her conspirators infiltrated Falcon's Nest, posing as servants and guests. Several were taken alive, others resisted and were struck down. Still, others took their own lives. Our forces suffered casualties as well, but by the grace of the Fury, no civilians were seriously injured. Still more remarkably, the ringleader yet lives, for the time being at least. The Kyurgens are doing what they can for her, but she may not live through the night. Given their impeccable timing, it is likely that the convictors who drew us away from the hamlet were in league with the protesters. Accordingly, we have detained them for questioning. I swore that these villains spent as much effort plotting the failure of the peace conference as we did in its success. Well, if the mood of Hamlet is any indication, theirs have been more fruitful labors. In wake of the protests, the people seemed disillusioned. You spoke with him, then? I see. Sir Emmerich placed his trust in me. It will be difficult to explain what has happened here. Remember how far we have come, Lord Commander. The people's faith may be shaken, but we convinced them before, and we will do so again. If we can but find the means to remind them, to show them once more the promise that change can hold for us all, then this tragedy too shall pass into the past. We must pray that you are right. Nevertheless, for the time being, I have no choice but to suspend the peace conference pending Sir Emmerich's final decision. Under the circumstances, I cannot leave Falcon's Nest. Saphrine, will you deliver my report to the Lord Commander in my stead? Get up, Emelian. You're going with her. Go on without me. I was not asking. You will answer for your actions in person. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Come, Honoro. Your manservant is not here. In fact, I have not seen him for a time. Honoro? Honoro? I could have sworn he was... All right. The boy's not as stupid as his master, so he probably didn't do anything horrible. Is that Godbert? No, it's not. Okay. Where are you, boy?
Onawa! No, no. What have they done to you? Onawa! Onawa!
Is that you, my lord? You seem rather flustered.
Because of you, you imbecile! What in the seven hells happened to you?
My apologies. Some few of the guests expressed a wish to leave, and I implored them to stay. It would seem they took issue with my request.
Painfully so.
Gods forgive me. If I had only been more careful with my words.
Do not blame yourself, my lord. I know that you and your brother have Ishgard's best interests at heart. That poor woman. She lives in the past, clinging to the memories of the lost. But the future holds so much promise, so much joy. And you know that better than any.
Onawa?
Calm yourself. The boy will live. But it's imperative we get him inside and into the care of a Kairujin without delay.
Oh, we were so close! Why does it all have to fall to pieces? Don't they want to live in peace? Don't they want to be happy? We all want the same thing! And still it falls to pieces! Tell me, what was I supposed to do? Someone, anyone, tell me, what was I supposed to do?
No, Thancred, please let me hit him.
Stop looking to others. You make your choice and you live with the consequences.
And what would you know about consequences? You who always know just what to say and just what to do. Your every deed is greeted with a round of applause.
3, 2, 1. Yep. You earned that one.
You know nothing about me. I have fought tooth and nail for the people I hold dear. Done everything in my power to save them. And I have failed. Learn to live with it. I have.
I may have overreacted, but it needed to be done. He was becoming hysterical. I understand the desire to look for reasons, for excuses, to convince yourself you had no choice. The past is the past. There's naught to be gained from reliving your mistakes. I know this. I know this, but he... Samurai weapon, really? Interesting. Da, da, da. Anyway. Yeah. I have no desire to wait for the lordling to emerge from his puddle of self-pity. We have important matters to attend to in Ishgard. Do, do, do. All right. Oh, that's odd. Count. It is really odd the way they choose these. Word of the demonstration has, and its resolution outstripped you, Saphrine. Every man, woman, and child in Ishgard has heard the tale. "'Tis rumored that my youngest lacked judgment was to blame. Of course, such stories are prone to exaggeration. What exactly came to pass?" I see. So that is the truth of it. Regardless of his intent, the result is undeniable. He has furthered the cause of these misguided few who cannot let go of the past. In an instant, the delicate peace we were poised to forge is once more beyond us. To dwell so deeply on the war and vengeance it begets, only for it to be taken away, is it any wonder that they were left barefoot? Barefoot. For what was this sacrifice? Have we naught to show for our suffering? I thought peace a sufficient salve, but mayhap I was mistaken. We are warriors, Lord Edmund, and ours is a nation built on centuries of warfare. Right or wrong, this is who we are, and we deny it at our peril. To hold on to the past without beholding to it? Aye, we must needs to find a way to honor the sacrifice of our forefathers without glorifying their need excess. It is a difficult path, to be sure. We dare not deny the scars which mar our nation's soul, lest we spur others' disillusioned souls to retrace them. But as you say, we dare not revel in the past glories either, for they are tainted all. A clear, unambiguous enemy, and an undeniable righteous cause. 'Tis a bitter reflection, but lies through they did long serve to unite us. No truth will ever serve us as well, I fear. Yet we are not without option. At our last meeting, a proposal was tabled by the other members of the Eorzean Alliance for joint military exercises, to strengthen the ties between our nations, and to test our readiness to meet with a common threat. I'd thought to delay these exercises until after a peace conference, but mayhap a grand melee would be just the thing to lift our beleaguered spirits. Better still, an occasion for the Temple Knights and the Watch to take to the field as allies. A unified Ishgardian force filled with men and women from all walks of life, which would stand against a coalition of the allied nations' finest. Hosted by Ishgard in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment, a victory under the circumstances would serve as a reaffirmation, nay, a declaration to all and sundry that we are strong and united as ever. Such a victory would do much to fan the flames of patriotism, it is true. But if we should be defeated, though even to hold our own against the cream of the three nations might be presented as a triumph. Very well, you may count on my support, for what little it is worth. However, I have a request. I would have my son Emmanuel take part in the grand melee. By his deeds he has brought shame upon Ishgard, and so by his deeds I would have him bring our nation honor. As you wish, my lord. If that is his desire, then it shall be so. Now then, we have no time to lose. Saphrine, if you would be so kind as to deliver my instructions to Lucia. I shall write to the Alliance leaders at once and begin making arrangements for the grand melee. Should you chance to see my son, pray inform him of his duty. If he has not already returned, he will soon enough. Make every effort to avoid me. There we go. That's better. So that's their solution. A grand melee to unite the people. And what part would they have you play in this affair, I wonder? You, who they've taken into their confidence, upon whom they have come so heavily to rely? And will you oblige them when the proposition is made? Will you stand for Ishgard once more? A poor choice of words, for friends true and tried, then. The living and the lost. So for this grand melee of his, Sir Emmerich wishes to field a force of comprising both his Temple Knights and Hilda's Watch, yes? I can only imagine what she will have to say about that. In fact, curiosity compels me to go and see for myself. Well met, Saphrine. Have you spoken with Sir Emmerich? I was aware of the Alliance's requests. So, Sir Emmerich would turn these exercises into a spectacle for the masses. It is not that I doubt the efficacy of such a plan. Indeed, I know its effectiveness only too well, having witnessed it firsthand. Nevertheless, he has not once given me reason to doubt his intentions, and these are desperate times indeed. I will select knights for the event forthwith. As for the watch... Did he now? Considering how considerate of Master Thancred to seek out our young watch commander of his own volition. Alas, he acted prematurely. Pray deliver this list to the watch candidates, to Hilda. I would have her best men, not her most dispensable. Trying not to get the expendable ones, eh? Hopefully Thancred's done with his flirting. Thancred's been telling me all about Sir Emmeric's grand soiree. Seems we expected to join in. It's nice of him to invite us and all, but I hope he knows what he's doing. 'Cause we ain't dressed to dance with professional bleeding soldiers. Well, well. Seems the first commander's gone and handpicked her guests. Can't say I disagree with her choices, though. She's got a good eye. Will you be fighting too? Reckon it'd inspire the lads if you were. Might take their minds off getting their hands tied and all. Think about it, eh? I hate to ask, but you haven't seen our favorite lordling, have you? I thought not. On the assumption that he's not to be found in his father's loving embrace, I suggest we split up and look for him. I will search the foundations and you the pillars. If he's not found a hole to corner himself in, I'm pretty sure he's found a lass to bury his head into her bosom. I carried on to the manor. Our best chirurgeons are tending to him as we speak, yet he is yet to wake. But surely he will. So father has volunteered me for this grand melee of this? Ah, my beloved family, always making my decisions for me. No, it's not like that. It's just... Oh, you wouldn't understand. How could you? You're free to be the woman you want to be, whereas I'm a son of House Fortums, don't you see? My future was determined before I was born. What could I and could not do? Right or wrong, it was always the way of it. Till the old order began to crumble. Now we wander amidst the rubble, searching for a purpose, for a place. All around me, brave men and women rise to the occasion. With faith and conviction, they dedicate themselves to their cause, but not I. I was terrified of making the wrong choice, which is why I let the better men make them for me. Do this, do that, take this duty, guard this conference. I suppose I had convinced myself I was above it, until your friend showed me otherwise. When I saw honor, I wanted to scream. I wanted someone to blame, but in the end there was only me. Only me. So you see, I cannot meekly bow my head and accept father's command. Such cowardice is what brought me to this point. I will go to Sir Emmerich, and I will make my own decision. Is that a spine I smell upon you? Hmm. Move. All right, are we or are we not? I think we are.
Lord Commander, if I may? I wish to speak with you before the Grand Melee.
Proceed.
How do you do it, my lord? How do you lead with such certainty, when so many of our countrymen will not hear of peace with the Dravanians? Some of them hate you almost as much as the dragons themselves. They decry you as a patricide in the streets. They even tried to kill you, for God's sakes. Yet still you march on, undaunted, where no archbishop dared to tread. What is your secret? Where do you find the strength?
For centuries, our nation has been punished for the sins of our forefathers. If our punishment is to end, I believe we must right the wrongs of antiquity and move forward as a nation united. Needless to say, my father did not share this opinion. He did not believe the people strong enough to bring about their own deliverance, trusting only in himself. Tyranny seemed to him the only solution. But I have faith in the people, Lord Amanalain. I have faith that they will weather this storm and overcome every trial we set before them. Many have fought and died to see this blight upon our nation's history cleansed, and I would not let their sacrifices be in vain. Though we invite reprisals, the risk is worth the reward.
I want to believe. I do. Lord Commander, through my careless orders, a pall has been cast over these proceedings, and I beg the opportunity to make amends. I, Amanalain de Forton, do hereby request leave to take part in the Grand Melee.
Who am I to deny such a heartfelt plea? We would be honored to have you join the fray, my lord.
You'll take charge of the Ishgardian forces?
For all my other responsibilities, I am still Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and I would not soon yield this duty to another.
The esteemed Sir Emeric leading the Temple Knights and the Watch into battle along with my youngest. I could wish for no more.
Then you wish for too little, my lord. There is another who might yet join the fray. An indispensable ally to whom we owe much and more. An adventurer beholden to none, who nevertheless chose to champion our cause, who has shared in our suffering and in our glory. A warrior without equal, who I am privileged to call a friend. There is no one I would rather have fighting by my side.
And who would that happen to be?
I have full knowledge of your obligations, and will not think less of you should you refuse. But if your conscience will allow it, might you oblige me, my friend, one more time? Together we shall give the people a spectacle for the ages, a celebration to mark the dawning of a new era.
God help me, I think you might be in love. I dare say it might be cheating, too. Your mere presence is enough to turn the tides of most battles. And did you see the way his eyes lit up when you nodded? It was like a look of boundless joy and relief. One would think a politician more practiced at concealing his emotions. Still, his honesty does give him credit. For a moment, I was fair inspired to pledge myself to the cause. But that would be improper. This is their fight and yours, but not mine. Da, da, da. Sir Emmerich informs me that the Alliance leaders have agreed to his proposal. The Grand Melee will be held here in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment and in sight of the capital. An announcement has been made and allied forces are currently en route. The eyes of Ishgard are upon us, Saphrine. We must not fail. A rare opportunity to see you pitted yourself against Alliance forces? Outside Cartano, perhaps. I would not miss this for the world. Sure you wouldn't. Right. I can finally use this. For once. There she is. I say, when you didn't appear, I began to question... No, never mind. Him. To think that we were mere moments away from facing the cream of the Eorzean soldiery in battle. That I am mere... but what if... Oh, what am I saying? I have to stop imagining the worst. I must think of the victory, of the glory, of the stories I will tell Honorall when he awakens. Duty time. I am ready, old girl, are you? By the Fury, how could I forget? Father bid me a present to you. This? I know it's sudden, but we believe the men would be finding it inspiring if you bore the colors of House Fortome into battle. Pray do us this honor. With pleasure. Ah, Pippin's here. God, it looks so weird on her. Holy shit, she is short.
Let all here present heed well the rules of engagement.
Yeah, knock them around until... Focus on the tethered leader.
For the honor and the glory of Ishgard.
You know he begged to have that position.
All is ready then. Very well.
I love the fact that she's on a step stool.
Men and women of the Eorzean Alliance, let the grand melee begin!
Alright, let's go have some fun. Sorry, Pippin. Little loud. Ah, Pippin's back up. Good. Where'd it go this... Wait, where is it? Oops. Ah, there we go, finally. Oh, that round is over. Cyclops, everyone on guard. All forces, fall back. Continue the melee. I will deal with him. Heh. Daft sod. You heard the man. Back to it. All forces, form a line on Saphrine. Now. Lieutenant, I will not lie. I was hoping it would come to this. So then, shall we just dance? Damn it all. All right. Fun shall we have? Get back here. I cannot remember what this one does.
Did she win? Then we...
Victory is ours! Ishgard! Ishgard! Well fought! Well fought, my friend! You truly are the warrior of warriors. Thank the Fury you were on our side.
Smartass.
Oh, my lungs are burning, and I can barely stand. I didn't think I could do it, but then I did. We did. We faced the Alliance's best, and together, with one heart, with one purpose, we prevailed. After 1,000 years of hardship, of strife and bloodshed, we are strong enough to rise to any challenge, be it on the battlefield or beyond. The future holds so much promise, so much joy. We need only show them the way.
A truly magnificent display, Sir Knight. While doubtless less than pleased, I am quite sure the Grand Companies are honored to have been bested by such valiant warriors.
was ours, Your Grace.
I am pleased to see that Ishgard's proud martial tradition is being upheld. When the time comes, I trust you will fight alongside your brothers and sisters in the Eorzean Alliance with the same fervor you displayed in opposing them. I note that our friend elected to take the field in Ishgardian colors.
At my behest, Your Grace. If we have given offense, the blame lies with me.
Fear not, Sir Knight. It was a surprise, nothing more. And any hint of ill feeling was thoroughly dispelled by the spectacle of our mutual friend's duel with General Rauban. On the subject of surprises, I could not help but marvel at the passion and unity of purpose displayed by your countrymen, given the troubling reports we have received of late.
I shall take that as a compliment, Your Grace. The events to which you allude are the price of change. The end of the Dragonsong War marks the beginning of a new era for our nation, and for the people, high and lowborn alike, who will lead her into the future.
Ah, yes. The people. Change is indeed a perilous thing, for we who seek it, and they who fear it. I shall pray for Ishgard, and for you.
Did you have your fun?
That made for a refreshing change. Congratulations on your victory, by the way. Ishgardians certainly seem happy with themselves. I, for my part, am merely glad you did not strain anything in the process of single-handedly winning the battle for them.
Smartass.
Tis but a scratch, I assure you, and I will not suffer you to worry over me. Not when we have a dozen far more important concerns. Make that 2 dozen. Still, as your Stola never tires of telling me, we can but face them head-on, one at a time. One day at a time, as Minfilia would have done.
Thal's balls, I had forgotten what it was like to feel so alive. Not since leaving the Blood Sense have I had the privilege. Not since the Bull of Alamigo hung up his swords. Back then, the outcome might have been different, but I do not begrudge your victory. I know how far you've come, how much you've endured. Our fight only confirmed it. We shall do this again one day, when time allows. I shall look forward to it. Now go. Go to the Ishgardians and celebrate your victory. You have earned it. Come, Pippin. Her Grace is expecting us. Lead on, Father. Said your goodbyes? In all the years I've known Rauban, I cannot recall ever looking so happy in defeat. Well, Everything seems to be falling into place, does it not? The Ishgardians have claimed their symbolic victory, and the Orison Alliance has been strengthened in the process. Be proud, Saphrine. You made this happen. Da, da, da. We have done it. Nay, you have done it. You have brought us the victory we so desperately needed. There is naught left but to return to the capital. Come, let us see what reception awaits us. It's quiet.
My lord!
Honorwa, my boy. Shouldn't you be in bed?
Thank you for your concern, my lord. But I have largely recovered from my ordeal, and I have naught but several scars to show for it, which I have been told some women may find appealing.
I see. And to think I was worried sick over you.
I'm not sure I understand, my lord.
Well, let's put that theory to the proof, shall we?
My lord?
You idiot.
'Twould seem that a great many things have occurred in my absence. I thought I might begin to make amends by welcoming you in person.
The messengers spared not their chocobos to bring us word of your victory in the grand melee. I cannot well describe our elation when we heard the news. It called to mind the day we rejoined the Eorzean Alliance, and I glimpsed hope rekindled in the eyes of the people.
The Fury herself ushers us into a new era. Sir Emmerich, the time is now.
Aye, that it is. Reconvene the conference and summon Vidofnir to Falcon's Nest. We will make peace with Hraesvelga's brood and hasten this bloody war to its end.
Yes, Lord Commander.
I will send word to Artoirel and bid him resume preparations. Emanuele, you will place yourself at your brother's disposal. He will be glad of your assistance.
No stopping it now, is there? We should inform Stola and the others.
My dear friend, I doubt I will ever be able to thank you enough. But when the conference is successfully concluded, I damn well mean to try.
They say you dueled General Raban within a ring of flames. I did not think the man so strenuous. Would that I could have seen it. After we parted ways in Matoya's cave, I returned here to speak with Tataru. We agreed to tell the others only that the search for Minfilia has reached an impasse. I subsequently learned that you had left for Falcon's Nest, but I thought it best to keep to myself for a time. I'm wont to rely on you overmuch when we are together, and I needed to think. to reflect. I still do, I suspect, but matters here seem to be coming to a head. In short, there are some things I feel I must say. They're nothing so urgent that it cannot wait until after the conference. So let us make for Falcon's Nest, and see if Lord Arturiel has need of our assistance. Never put off to tomorrow what can be said today. Boy. Well met, Mrs. Conakuro, and thank you for looking after my brother. They say he fought bravely, that he did not dishonor his house. But you, my lady, to you we owe everything. As you can see, we have made every effort to strike while the iron is hot. We made our intentions known and that all would be welcome to attend, and so they came. By the grace of the Fury, they came. The ceremony will not be a lengthy affair, but there is much to be done. I would speak with you more, but I must see to my duties. As for you and Master Alphino, you will do naught but enjoy yourselves, is that clear? If any dare beg your assistance again, I will have words. Well, the last time we went and enjoyed ourselves, we got drugged. So, preferably not. Well, there you have it. We have been forbidden in meddling. Shall we wait, or have you other matters to attend to before the ceremony begins? Excellent. I only hope that Thancred and the others will not be late. Epochial events do not often come around. That's a lot of people.
The appointed hour approaches.
Aye.
Well, she's still alive somehow.
She begged leave to watch the proceedings. I saw no reason not to grant it.
Should I choose to deviate from my prepared remarks, I ask that you trust in my judgment.
Always.
Have I ever done otherwise?
How long it hath been since our peoples met thus, children of Thordan, even by our reckoning.
Vidofnir, daughter of Hraesvelga, we give thanks for your visit, and bid you welcome to Falcon's Nest.
Our sire bade us hearken unto the whispers of our hearts. They spoke to us of a paradise lost, of bonds of brotherhood which they yearned to see restored.
Ours too yearn for such a restoration, and they have guided us here this day, that they might yearn no longer.
Brothers and sisters, ye who stand as witness, hearken to me. Since the days of Eld, when the bonds betwixt man and dragon were sundered by our hand, our peoples have known only war. Bloodshed without end, losses beyond counting, and still we fought. And still we fought. Some wounds do not heal. The dead cannot be returned to us. But we, the living, can yet choose another course. Here and now, we can lay down this burden, this hatred, this vengeance. Our forebears fought not so that we could die, but that we might live. So let us honor their sacrifice and spare our children this death sentence. Let us gift them a new legacy, life.
Betwixt our peoples yawneth a divide deeper than the deepest abyss, wider than the widest sea. Generations will live and die ere this divide is bridged. Knowing this, doth thy heart yet yearn for peace, son of Thordan?
Look now on the legacy we would leave to our children. A dream of peace, inscribed in stone for generations to come.
And the big reveal?
Father and his beloved,
Shiva.
as they were so long ago, happy and at peace. The dream they shared shall be ours once more.
Justinian? Not Justinian. Going a little soul edge there, aren't we?
Child of Dravania, art thou grown so forgetful that thou wouldst forsake kith and kin and consort with the spawn of Thordan? That thou wouldst dare contemplate peace? Hearken unto me, all of you! The final chorus is nigh, and all will be held to account. All will bathe in the flames of retribution. till the coming of that day. Look you on your sins and despair, for none shall escape my wrath. None shall escape my revenge!
Seven hells. Damn you, Nidhogg.
Hells, take that worm! While he lives, we'll never know peace.
Aye! There'll be no end to this war till Nidhogg is dead and gone!
So let's kill the bastard and be done with it. Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Death to Nidhogg!
That he would slay his own kin to further his war. There they go, the last of the guests. Having come hither with hope in their hearts, they departed with hatred and bloodlust. Till the moment I saw him strike, I still had some hope that what you had seen in Oz's law was an illusion, perhaps. But he acted without hesitation, as did Sir Emmerich. For mercy, Vladofnir's wound was not mortal, or so Lucia tells me. The dragon was spirited away to Annex Thrine to receive care from her brethren. We can hope for her swift recovery. But such was surely Nidhogg's intent, to deliver a proclamation not only to the children of Thoradin, but his own kindred. War is coming, and ye who do not stand with us stand apart. She was an example, a message to her brood, another instrument of his vengeance like Estinian. When I say I wish to speak with you after the conference, I confess I envisioned rather happier circumstances. If anything, however, this latest tragedy makes the need more pressing. There are things I must say. Not to the Warrior of Light or even my fellow scion, but to you, Saphrine, my friend. But not here, no. Ah, but of course, the intercessory in Camp Dragonhead is still open to us. Let us go there. Because that doesn't bring back any memories of our dear departed friend. Hmm. Nope, definitely not memory with that.
Took longer than expected.
You're
Puzzled.
missing one.
Oh, these. I thought something warming might not go amiss. It was not all that long ago that we sat here, you and I, in our very own falling snows, as Lord Horshvon called it. I still struggle to believe he is gone. And Azelle too. I had such hopes for her. Master Matoya asked me what it was all for. Why we fight. And why we die. Were I still commander of the Braves, I would doubtless have replied, for the future of Eorzea. But I'm not that man. Not anymore. I needed a new answer. One that I could live with. And when I saw Estinian at the ceremony, I knew at last what it was. I do not want to be a man who sacrifices his friends and family for a cause. I want to fight for Estinian, and I want to save him. When Nidhogg leads the Horde into battle, Ser Emmerich and his forces will do what they believe must be done. That is their choice to make. Yet even if Ser Emmerich is willing to forsake Estinian, I am not. We must fight for him, for he is our friend and ally. We may struggle, we may fail, but we must try.
Finally found your fire, boy.
Lord Orshafon would be proud. I knew you would understand. Together, we will surely find a way.
Thank you, Saphrine. It is unfair of me to burden myself in this manner, time and time again, but I am glad that you permit me nonetheless. You are my true friend and ally. Though not all our fellow Scions will support Ostans on Estinian, I have faith that we will win them over in due course. Such is the infectious power of hope. Right. That is quite enough solemn introspection for one night. I think we will both benefit from some time in the company of Tataru. She stays for us at Fort Home Mana. Let us not keep her waiting any longer. Yet again we walk an all too familiar path. I am reminded of when we first came to this mana. Lost and uncertain, we were granted succor in our hour of need. We were saved, and it is our turn to return the favor. Hear, hear. Let no one say that the Scions do not repay their debts. After all, what kind of people would we be if we forsook our friends? If we stopped looking for Yida and Papalimo, or if we gave up hope of bringing Minophilia back? Though she knew it would cost her dearly, Minfilia reached out to us to deliver a message. She believed it was imperative that we understood the true nature of the star, of the rift between Zodiac and Hydaelyn, and of the Ascian's aspirations. But for all that has been revealed, I cannot shake the suspicion that there is much we have yet to learn. In any event, I think it is time we step back from the fray and carefully consider our next course of action. It will not be easy to turn this tragedy into triumph, but we will find a way. We will. We will. Meanwhile...
Of all the ways for it to end. Even before his transformation, I could feel the worm's hatred swirling about Estinian. The terrible, all-consuming rage. Enough to fuel a 1,000-year quest for vengeance. It was all I could do not to run away screaming. But Ishgardians, nay, all Eorzeans, are made of sterner stuff. They face danger and death on a daily basis, and understand what it takes to win a war.
Think not too deeply on Master Matoya's words. Her intent was but to steal our resolve. That, and to remind us to look beyond these passing conflicts to trials greater still. To the truth which hides at the heart of this world.
So that's your aim, is it?
You disapprove?
Not at all. I believe it's traditional for the student to follow in the footsteps of the master. And you are so very alike.
And what do you want?
Change. That great inexorable wave was upon us, and soon all of Ishgard would bend to its will. For all our sins, for all our scars, the future for which we had long yearned was at last within our grasp. But it would be bought at a heavy price. For in those twilight hours did Nidhogg cry out for vengeance, and his brethren raise their voices for the final chorus of the Dragonsong War.
That's the end of Act 2. Time to raise the curtain on the final act. Caution, Ida. That is all I ask. Do not be so eager to place your faith in them. Not until we know more. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let me in. Ah, Saphrine, there you are. Have you a moment? There's something that I would fain discuss. I must ask you to recall the events which unfolded at the peace conference, though I dare say you would sooner forget them. My mind returns again and again to the moment when Nidhogg appeared before the crowd in the guise of a Stinian. It was a sight to chill the soul, but one which gave me reason to hope that our friend might not be beyond salvation. When you described his fateful transformation in Oz's law, I feared him lost forever. But the mere fact that some semblance of his former self endures must surely count for something. Alas, I have no evidence to support this impression. Thus did I turn to Y'shtola and Kryl for a more empirical appraisal, and full glad that I did, for it would seem they have some observations of their own to share. The ladies have saved us a table at the Forgotten Night. Shall we go? Excellent. Let us not keep our honored colleagues waiting.
We have kept you waiting over long, I fear.
Not to worry, Alphino. We had some rather fine mulled wine to keep us company. Truth be told, you could have delayed your arrival a few moments more.
She's holding the fact that he's going to pay her tab.
Spicing just right this time. His latest batch is not only delicious and warming, but soothing to the humours.
Indeed. But 'twas not to soothe our humours that we gathered here.
Ah, no, quite right. The matter of that poor dragoon.
You have discovered something. A means to save him?
Let us not jump to conclusions, shall we? Assess the facts presented, then make an educated analysis, as you were taught.
Pray, cast your mind back to the moment of Estinian's transformation. Do you recall how you described it to us?
Painful to watch.
You spoke of the sudden pangs which racked his body when he took up both of Nidhogg's eyes, and of how his form was twisted thereafter into a shadowy semblance of the Great Worm.
When he appeared at Falcon's Nest, the worm's eyes were fused to his mail.
Would that only his armor had been corrupted. Snaking forth from the eyes, I descried dark tendrils which entangled his very being. His ether has been all but smothered.
Then he is lost to us forever?
She said smothered, not
What did I just say about jumping to conclusions?
consumed.
Y'shtola clearly stated all but smothered. As I later discovered, her impression matched my own. Though Nidhogg's presence filled my mind's eye, beneath his seething aura, I sensed the merest hint of something else.
Something entombed, if you will.
And after listening to Y'shtola's observations, I became more certain of my suspicion that the something else I had sensed was, in fact, the trace of a different will, submerged in the sea of Nidhogg's rage.
You mean?
Yes, 'tis like that Estinian spirit yet lingers.
Can we not wrest him from Nidhogg's grasp, then? Tear the eyes from the armor?
We know not if that would serve to separate Worm's soul from man's. None have ever attempted such a feat.
Should it offer even the faintest hope of success, then by the gods, I shall be the first to try.
Settle down.
Alphino. By all means, hold fast to your hope, but be mindful of the dangers. Even should you succeed in excising the eyes from the Dragoon's mail, we have no way of knowing if your friend's soul would survive so violent a separation. And that is to say nothing of the possibility that his would-be savior might become Nidhogg's next host.
But what other choice remains to us? Should the opportunity present itself, I will tear those foul orbs from Estinian's armor and trust in the resilience of his soul, even at the risk of mine own.
Ah, I found you at last.
Hmm?
A messenger of the Temple Knights came to the manor some few hours past. The Lord Commander humbly requests the company of the Warrior of Light and Master Alphino.
Sir Emmerich would speak with us. Very well, thank you, Onawa.
'Twould seem duty calls. Pray see to yours, and we shall return to ours.
Thank you, Y'shtola, Kryl. Your words have given me hope where there was none. Come then. Sir Emmerich awaits.
Alphino is allowing his feelings for this Dragoon to cloud his thoughts. I worry he may do something rash. Keep an eye on him, would you?
Yeah, it's been a while.
They think more of their friends' deliverance than their foes' defeat. But will history commend their fealty or condemn their folly?
The conference held at Falcon's Nest was to be a celebration of the reconciliation twixt man and dragon. But the lingering shade of Nidhogg, clad in the flesh of the Azure Dragoon, did mark the occasion by spilling the blood of his own kind. A timely atrocity to remind the children of Ishgard that the Dragonsong War was far from over. And when fear gave way to fury, the call to arms rang out anew. Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
What news has Sir Emmerich to share with us, I wonder? Might Sir Emmerich perchance have received word of a Dravanian in advance? Or perhaps they have located its... that is to say, mayhap Nidhogg has been found? Come, I would hear what the Lord Commander has to say.
My friends, I thank you for coming.
You have had news of Nidhogg?
Alas not. Our scouts range far and wide, but they have as yet found no trace of the Great Worm.
We dispatched an elite unit of dragoons to reconnoiter the churning mists, but even they returned empty-handed.
A pity.
Fear not, Alphino. We shall see the worm again soon enough. His words at Falcon's Nest attest to that. Indeed, he is like to come sooner than we would wish.
Sooner than you're prepared.
I assume Ishgard's defenses are being bolstered as we speak?
With all haste. I mean to call upon every able-bodied warrior at our disposal, from the Knights of the Four Houses to the men and women of the Watch. But I did not summon you to discuss strategy.
What then would you have of us, my lord?
I will speak plain. Now that Nidhogg is possessed of both of his eyes, no mortal force we can muster will repel him. That being the case, we must needs recruit an ally of equal strength.
One of the first brood.
You speak of Hraesvelga?
I do. To whom else could we turn?
That he is Nidhogg's equal I do not deny, nor can I name another. But convincing the reclusive creature to do battle with his own brood brother will be... how shall I put this?
It will be no small undertaking, yes. Estinian's report was most particular about Hraesvelga's unwillingness to involve himself in the affairs of men. But much has changed since your visit to Somal, and if there is even a chance that the dragon may be swayed, I must plead our case. Whatever price the dragon asks of me, I shall pay it. Such was my oath, to defend the people of Ishgard. Come what may, my friends, the battle with Nidhogg will mark the end of my tenure as the acting head of church and state. Will you help me discharge this final duty?
With reluctance, but yeah.
We will, my lord, though I fear our involvement offers no guarantee of success. Come then, we will depart at your leisure.
Thank you. Both of you. The city is yours, First Commander.
My lord, we shall pray for your swift return.
Yeah, unfortunately there is no other in the first brood available that could even come close to matching Nidhogg at the moment. It grieves me to impose upon you in this manner, but you of all people understand the threat we now face. It is no imposition, Sir Emmerich. To Saphrine and I, Ishgard is as a second home. After the many battles we have fought and the bonds we have forged, the plight of your nation has become our own. If there is aught we can do to aid in this salvation, then pray impose all you must. You are true friends. Shall we be about our task, then? We have no way of knowing when Nidhugg's shade will strike, but we must assume that the time is not our ally. Indeed. With that in mind, I have taken the liberty of dispatching a messenger to inform Miss Tataru that you will be escorting me to Solam. I confess I did not provide the exact details of our destination, as they are yet unknown to me. We will summon Hraesvelgar at Zenith in the churning mists. Ere we begin our ascent, however, I think it best we pay a visit to Annex Thran. You seek an advantage in the coming negotiations? I do. I would consult with Vidofnia and check on her as well. I propose this in part of a concern for her condition. Were she to succumb to her wounds, it would have grave consequences for our alliance. That apart, she may be able to provide insight into her sire's current state of mind. Well reasoned. True to the Dranian forelands, then? That was weird. Little quiet on it, but we just take that as a minor glitch. Got more pressing matters to deal with. Thankfully, we did not lose Vidi. "'Tis the warriors of warriors, and her companions. What bringeth you to mine abode? Pray forgive us for disturbing your recuperation, Vidofnia. I hope your wound does not pain you overmuch. Did thou'st imagine me close to death? The thrust was deep, but not mortal. I will heal in time." Full glad am I to hear it. You were a guest of honor at our conference, and we failed in our duty of protection. On behalf of Ishgard, I apologize unreservedly. I am a dragon, full grown, and thou thought to protect me, mortal? I was tempered by the fires of battle ere thy grandsire learned to crawl. Don't wound her pride, Sir Emmerich. Thy words do remind me of a knight of whom I called friend some 1,000 years past. He swore to defend me from harm and hardship. Would that we could return to the era of peace when man and dragon knew some camaraderie. Would that our ever effort to do so were not undone by ancient rancor. For a truth, there can be no peace while Nidhugg's shade yet lingereth. That much is plain, yet we lack the strength to banish him. Thus do we make for Sol Am, to beseech the aid of your sire once more? Folly. And thou knowest as well as I how he will answer. Hraesvelgar's heart remains unchanged, then? A pity. But even if folly to hope, I am content to die a fool. As hath ever been the way of thy kin. Go then, but be warned. The Shade's presence hath driven its minions to frenzy. Thank you, Vidofnia. We shall disturb your rest no longer. Rest well, ancient Drake. Though I expected no better answer from Vidofnir, I take little pleasure from having been proven right. 'Twould seem that our presence at the Zenith will be every bit as unwelcome as I anticipated. But what is the ire of one great worm to a trio of self-confessed fools such as ourselves? Let us begin our ascent. After you, Master Alphina. Scout ahead if you wish, Saphrine. We shall join you outside Mogholm. Yeah, I'm not getting lost in that cave again. Now it's Sir Emmerich's journey to the west. I had once heard tales of the world above the clouds, but never did I dream. One's mind paints a pale picture of its majesty. Few live to see such wonders. I am reminded of my first visit to this peak, when Estinian and Ysael yet walked at our side. Kupapa, is that you, Saphrine? Ah, if it isn't Mog... Don't tell me you've forgotten my name, Kupo. After all we've been through together. I sure as hell have. But at least you remember me. You do remember me, don't you, Saphrine? I think it's Moghan. Well, I'm going to screw it up anyways. You seemed a bit hesitant there for a moment. But I'm sure you were just fondly recalling the time we camped near Zenith, right, Kupo? But putting aside our shared history to one side, what brings you and your friends to Mogholm, Kupo? Ah, another audience with old Hrez Velgar. Well, I hope you brought the horn, Kupo. With the winds as gentle as they are, a good loud toot should reach the great worm's ears easily enough. That is good to hear, Moghan. Thank you. We had best press on to Zenith, while the winds are in our favor. Now, that was unexpected, Kupo. Chieftain Moglin will want to hear about this. Yeah, that was a wild-ass guess. It's almost like the Song of the Storms.
Great Racevelga, 'tis not lightly that we beg this audience. Pray hearken to our words, for they concern the future of man and dragon both.
Greetings, Racevelga. I am Emeric de Burrell, acting ruler of the nation of Ishgard. I am come before you to parley on behalf of my people. Foresaw mine intent.
Lis ech nit heg kasmon ikini. Lis nuan jas an es in. Salen moan hanesh. Undahai in. Stapol i an nit heg. Shin hes iso. Al nuo fa is.
We understand that in your despair at man's betrayal, you seek only the refuge of solitude. But despite your protestations of spent faith, do you not still nurture the smallest flame of hope? I do. If you claim I see falsely, then tell me, why did you consent to bear a Zell upon your back?
Even though she wasn't your true Shiva, you still treated her as such.
So you do distinguish between those who acknowledge and repent their sins and those who perpetuate them. Interesting.
Don't push it.
It seems to me that you have not, in fact, lost faith in mankind as a whole. Rather, you weigh our respective merits by how we allow the past to influence our future.
But he is not your brother. Nothing more than a shade.
Of blood to bind our hands, then? Nay, if the crime is one of unconscionable evil, we must needs condemn it, even should the transgressor be our closest kin. When my father corrupted himself and his followers with the power of a primal, I beseeched the warrior of light to slay him, an act alike to patricide. That he did not die by my hand matters little. If anything, it heaps greater disgrace upon my name. But had my father not fallen, he would have drawn countless thousands into a holy war of hellish proportions, which I hold the greater crime. Thus did I order his execution, sparing the lives of my people and yours. Alas, your brother Worm now prepares to murder those whom I sought to spare. What is more, he has taken my comrade's body for his own. But if I must slay my dearest friend to defeat my direst foe, I will not flinch from my duty.
That you would show yourself. Interesting. Yeah. It's actually no different than Bahamut's return. Oh. Well, it's time to test your resolve, Sir Emmerich. I believe I spied a wyvern landing just outside the palace. It is doubtlessly one of the children of whom Hrisvelgar spoke. Come, my friends, let us not keep our escort waiting. My broodmates and I will bear you to the place of your trial. Make your preparations. Oops, my bad. All right. Time to go prove our convictions to the big guy. Damn it. I need to pull this one over here, thank you. Jerk. Come on. Thank you. That's not good. Do, 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 do. All right, first challenge. Moglin. Of course you'd make things difficult. All right. And gotta make sure that these little guys don't stand little AoEs. Just by knocking them around. There we go. Chilly. Just doubly sure. Oh, you got more friends. Awesome. Yeah, and that's basically all there is to that one. Unfortunately, these eggs will hatch. But let's just speed up the process. Do, 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 do. Ah, damn, that's right. Still in combat on that one. Cha-cha-cha. Alright, you all can finish that up. Hopefully this isn't too stupid of an idea. I was hoping the Griffin would have come.
Down with you!
No, for the horse that loves to do its charges. Get at range of that flare. Go to the sides. And avoid the areas that he broke. And that is literally all there is to this one. flare, get the knockback. There we go. Number 2 down. Only a few more. Oh crap. That obviously is a prelude of what's to come. Cha-cha-cha.
Down with you!
All right. Let us show that we are ready. To face one of the first brood. Oops, wrong one. Avoid that side. That's gonna suck. And we've got walkers coming in. The good, fun old multi-stack. not combining mechanics just yet. And now we get the frozen ground from Shiva. Watch your placements. Ew, that was close. Elfino really trying to test the limits on Sir Emmerich's health. All right. Hopefully that'll prove to him the resolve. A little too early to celebrate on that fact, but little victories. Oh, my poor ribs. That was a painful reminder of a great worm's might. And had he truly meant to harm, we would not be standing here now. Plain, his intent was to teach. His onslaught forced me to recall my training about the speed of the dragon, his balance, his blind spots. It was, in short, a very thorough lesson. And you? Kupo, Saphrine, let me begin by congratulating you on completing of your trial. For one with a name more befitting a jester, you fight with the savagery of a rabid demon. Do you see how my wings are kint? Even my palm aches. After this drubbing, I fear my loyal subjects will have to bear the load of my personal chores for quite some time, Kubo. Possibly indefinitely. Oh, the shame. What? When I told you about Saphrine's trial, I didn't mean for the rest of us to suffer. That's triple shifts from you, Moghan. Fucking Muggles. Triple? But that's not fair. There's no justice, Kubo. None at all. Leave it to the Muggles.
Our negotiations proved rather more strenuous than I had anticipated, but the results seem well worth the effort.
The battle was indeed hard won. Thank you, my friends. I would never have earned Hraesvelga's cooperation had you not seen fit to grant me yours. 'Twas your stalwart heroism that moved the heart of the Great Worm at the last. Any gratitude I can offer is but poor reward for your continued service to Ishgard.
Twould seem our final reckoning with the dread worm is at hand. I only wish we had some inkling as to when he means to strike.
Oh, gods.
The cry heraldeth his coming. Nidhogg's shade hath taken wing.
We need to hurry back.
Begun. We must away to Ishgard.
Ishgard will not last long against Nidhogg and his horde. We must away. Unfortunately, yes.
I must return to my city without delay.
That will be a symbol for the people of Ishgard.
Remember your training! We hold fast until the Lord Commander returns. Ugh. We must hold.
Damn.
Reinforcements! By the Fury, that one is the size of Nidhogg.
Lord Commander!
You are late, Warrior of Light.
Thanks for the reminder. Light and darkness. Oh, that was a low blow. That's not good. Mm. You were only fighting him at half power. Right. Let's get it on. Oh, holy shit, really? Wasn't expecting it to be that long. If it gets too long, I could solo it. But for now, we will wait and try to do it properly. Is that 5? That's 6. Okay. Really? Got two after this. I had a feeling this might take a while. It is still kind of early. Seeing as we are in the post expansion lull, there has been a drop in players as of late. Wow, not one yet. That's impressive. Come on. You know you want to. All right, that's 10. Give it 5 more minutes.
Echoes of truths that once rang clear. Two souls intertwined. One true love they did find, bringing light.
Yeah, and like Void Ark and Sky Pirates, we don't have to wait for this. I kind of want to finish on a good note. Let me make sure I have those set up right. Yeah. I mean, they should be correct. I loaded Ambrosia settings onto here, so. It's just a slow Saturday. All right. I gave it a chance. That's the end of the third song, so. We do it the fun way. Ow. Alright, that's over. Now we just gotta go through mechanics. Is not safe just yet.
Estinian!
Is this to be mine end? Nay, I will not allow it. I am of the first brood. I am vengeance incarnate. I am Nidhogg. Thou shalt die by my hand.
It is not your body.
This is not your hand, worm.
Thou wilt obey.
I would ask one last favor of you, warrior of light. Finish me, now, while I have the beast subdued!
waste your time. Kill me! It is the only way! Ending Nidhogg will be my final duty.
You can die later, Estinian.
You can't die like this! I won't let you!
That she would show. That he would show. Their sacrifices were for naught.
The eyes! Cast them into the abyss!
Yet this bond of hope, my treachery was broke, scattering her words to the wind.
Probably should have thrown him in opposite directions.
He lives. Ah, Estinian, my ill-fated friend. Lucia, summon the healers. I want them ready to receive him.
At once, Lord Commander.
Allow me to do this much, at least. You have my gratitude, Hraesvelga. Your deeds this day have saved a great many lives.
Yeah, I helped. Are you not going to take it back?
The battle is won. We can do no more for Estinian now than bear him home and wish him well, even as Hraesvelgr did. The rest we must trust to the hands of the healers and the grace of the gods.
Through the haze of the pain, I swear I sensed... But no. The past is done, and we must look to the future. At long last, Nidhogg is gone, his foul spirit cast out once and for all. I only pray that Estinian survives the ordeal. Your battle with Nidhogg's shade will beget many an epic ballad, Saphrine, and rightly so. It was, without a doubt, one of your more epochal victories, though I must admit that I took greater joy in seeing you emerge from the experience unscathed. And not only for your own sake. Had you not been there to aid me, those infernal eyes would still be fused to Estinian's mail. Yet even with Nidhogg gone, I cannot help but wonder how much of our friend remains. Let us pay a visit to Lucia and beg news of his condition. Is this quick way? I think it is, yeah. Saphrine, Master Alphino, my honored friends, as if winning Hraesvelgr to our cause were not enough, you took it upon yourselves to rid us of his brood brother. I know not how to thank you. My own contributions were hardly noteworthy. The true saviors of the day were Saphrine and Estinian. One triumphed over Nidhogg's shade through strength of arms, and the other through strength of will. And speaking of Estinian, what news of his recovery? The Azure Dragoon was conveyed to the infirmary, where he now resides under the care of our hospitaller captain. I am told he is yet to regain consciousness. But as you know, Estinian's mind and body were held hostage for many days. We must be patient and allow the process of healing to begin. In the meantime, you would do well to rest and recover from your own ordeals. But surely, Sir Emmerich is never long from Estinian's bedside and will send word the moment there are any developments. Now, if you have satisfied your concerns, I believe Lord Edmond and his sons are most eager to celebrate your return. Very well, First Commander. Come, Saphrine. 'Twould seem we are awaited at Fortum Mana. That's vigil, yep.
The heroes of the hour return.
We but did our duty, my lord. It was the memories of fallen friends and not our heroism which saw us through at the last.
I gave every ounce of my strength, but mine efforts would have counted for naught had the Warrior of Light not arrived to challenge the Great Worm. As a sworn knight of Ishgard, I had hoped to do more for my city.
Well, we cannot all be heroes, dear brother. Let us put away our pride for a moment and revel in the valiant deeds of our comrade. For your sterling service to Ishgard, we salute you. And while we're on the subject of valiant deeds, I believe I myself have earned some small measure of recognition. Under my watchful command, the ballistas of the Outer Ward struck down a veritable swarm of Dravanian invaders.
He couldn't help himself.
My lord's command was certainly watchful. He bravely watched as the siege crews took aim, and continued to watch as countless wyverns met their end. Indeed, the ward's defenders proved so well drilled that my lord had little occasion to stop watching.
Oh. Good boy.
There will be time enough to determine who is most deserving of recognition later. Our friends are doubtless weary from their exertions. I had chambers prepared in expectation of your return. You are welcome to retire at your leisure.
I am most grateful for your hospitality, my lord, but I believe I shall pay a visit to the Temple Knight's Infirmary. Pray excuse me.
Our master Alphino has grown. The plight of his stricken brother-in-arms pains him more than his own hurts. In which respect he has come to resemble you, warrior of light. Go then, visit the Azure Dragoon, and grant him what comfort you may.
All right. Now, where? Oh, it's down there. Okay. Saphrine, my friend, what can I do for the savior of Ishgard? You seek Master Alphino? Ah, he came to relieve me of my vigil a short while ago. When he begged to sit at Estinian's side, I could not well refuse him. Though he would sooner faint than admit it, the boy must be exhausted by Hraesvelgar's trial and all that followed. Estinian is blessed to have such devoted comrades. Alright, let's put a close to this final chapter. My own friendship with Estinian began some 10 years past, shortly after we joined the Temple Knights. I learned his name soon enough, but Estinian barely registered mine existence. I was less a fellow recruit and more a shadow which occasionally darkened his path. And so I might have remained, had fate not seen it fit to intervene. While out on patrol, our company was set upon by a dragon, and we were the only two to survive. The experience forged a bond between us, as such life-threatening situations are wont to do. Despite our friendship, he remained intense solitary youth, wholly obsessed with claiming vengeance against Nidhogg. Revenge was ever at the forefront of his mind. Revenge for the death of his parents, and revenge for his younger brother. I would venture that Alphino, he sees something of his lost sibling, and the ungentle childings of Estinian. Alphino has found the elder brother he never had. Truth be told, Estinian's tactless observations have saved me from disaster more than once, and I can well understand Alphino's affection for him. He is a friend for whom I would gladly Lord Commander, your presence is requested at the infirmary. Is he... Tell them I am on my way. Quickly, Saphrine, we must go to him. Pretty sure it's one.
Estinian.
Ease your tears, boy.
Cease your mewling, boy. Grates my ears.
Forgive me. When I saw you awaken, I could not... It was such a relief. We feared you might never wake up.
Now, Estinian. If Master Alphino thought any less of you, you would still be Nidhogg's plaything. Or dead.
Aye, aye, 'twas but a jest. I thank you,
Dick.
Alphino. And you too, warrior of light. Quite how you managed to persuade Hraesvogr to aid in his brood brother's downfall I cannot imagine. But full glad am I that you did. Yet again, you have achieved the impossible.
I, for my part, owe you an apology. When last we met, I did willingly loose an arrow at your heart. Can you forgive me?
There is naught to forgive, Hameric. You but acted in defense of Ishgard as is your duty. Were you any less single-minded about it, I would not follow you into battle, nor trust you at my back. Besides, I had come to the selfsame conclusion, that I would have to perish for Nidhogg to be stopped. So let us dispense with the hand-wringing. I have heard enough mewling for one day.
Oh.
The tendrils of Nidhogg's foul presence bound up every fiber of my being, usurping my senses, but I yet retained some trace of awareness. The worm's mind was as a vast and tumultuous sea. Endlessly its black waters churned, his grief and despair at Ratatoska's murder never calming, never receding. Driven by this surging current came wave upon wave of unrelenting rancor. It was the very image of my own heart. There I saw the dark reflection of the hatred I felt after Nidhogg slew my family, when no path remained save vengeance against dragonkind. Neither one of us had a choice. But I was blessed with something Nidhogg was not. Comrades and teachers to console and admonish me. Had I not had them to gainsay my obsession, it would surely have consumed me as Nidhogg's did him, and we would have been in all respects alike.
His shade is banished, his spirit scattered upon the sea of clouds. I feel no joy at his passing. Where once I craved vengeance, I now crave rest. Lord Commander, my hunt is at an end. I would lay down the mantle of Azure Dragoon.
My friend.
He has tired himself with too many words. I doubt not that he will make a full recovery, but he must be allowed some few days of quiet.
I too must see my path to its end. Sleep well, my friend.
Following the battle with Nidhogg on the Steps of Faith, Sir Emeric called an assembly that he might make his final proclamation as acting head of state. 'Twas there, with one decree, that the 1,000-year rule of the archbishops was ended, paving the way for a new republic. The governance of Ishgard would now be placed in the hands of high and lowborn alike, their ranks represented by the newly founded House of Lords and House of Commons. Church was separated from state. The foundation for change had been carefully laid, and the reforms proposed by Ishgard's new government passed into law without incident. His duty done, Emeric de Burrell gladly stepped down from the Archbishop's dais, only to be raised unto the highest seat in the House of Lords. Though he strove at first to refuse this honor, the unexpectedly strident voice of the Count de Durandare left him little choice but to accept. And so it was that the winds of gentle revolution came to stir. Prominent among the many honored guests at Sir Emeric's investiture were the ambassadors of Dragonkind, a fitting symbol of Ishgard's newfound peace. The people looked on in awe as he soared through the heavens on Dragonback. And by their cheers did they hail him an Azure Dragoon for a new age.
I do believe someone should be resting.
Thus were the notes of the Dragonsong rewritten. The din of war, giving way to a rising litany of peace and hope.
Could have at least made the bed before you left, Estinian. I was gazing out at the sea of clouds in an all too rare moment of idleness when I chanced to behold a certain hero wending her way towards the city on Dragonback. Welcome home, Saphrine. Nah, 'twas no grave matter that moved me to greet you in person. Between you and me, I merely sought respite from the pressures of office. No sooner do I surrender my role as temporary head of state than I am burdened with the position of a more permanent responsibility. I fancy that it echoes in some small measure the way you must feel when your improbable feats of heroism are rewarded with still more impossible challenges. The myth which guided our society for generations lies in tatters. Am I then to be scorned for building up a system of nobility that I once sought to tear down? What a strange justice place me at the pinnacle, an archbishop's bastard at the head of the House of Lords. But these questions are for me to answer. It is not man's nature to change overnight. This I learned through painful experience. And it was this hard lesson which convinced me to take the path which we follow now. Even as we rebuild the bridge between man and dragon, so too must we imagine Ishgard, one carefully placed stone at a time. We must remember that it is not for us that we lay this groundwork, but for the men and women that our children will become. May their towers rise proudly from the fundament of our legacy. I hear word from Captain Whitecape that Estinian has vanished from his sick room. His willfulness survives undiminished. Should you ever happen upon our unmannerly friend on your travels, pray assure him that I shall keep Ishgard safe until he deigns to come home. Thank you, Saphrine, and please convey my warmest regards to Master Alphino. Keep going. You spoke with Sir Emmerich? I do not envy his new position. Ishgard has chosen a new road, but one littered with a detritus of 1,000 years of broken faith. Yet though her people may stumble from time to time, I know of none better than Sir Emmerich to lead the march of progress. As for us, there remains the small matter of ushering a new dawn in a shadow of inscrutable Ascian machinations and seemingly endless procession of primals. But we too must walk our chosen path, no matter how treacherous the footing. Meanwhile, that can't be good. Thank you, Blandhards. Nay, you need not remain there. We shall rendezvous at the usual place. All is proceeding as expected, then? Aye, there is naught to concern us, aside from one overly curious mouse. This way. Him again. It is of no moment. They will play their part, and we will play ours. And thus did the grey mist give way to azure skies. Man and dragon rise above, voices join in song. But beneath shrouded boughs, beyond the scope of the light, shadow stirs. And with that, the Dragonsong War is at its final end. Thank the light. It is not the end of Post Heaven's Ward, but it is the end of that chapter. All that is left is to deal with the Warriors of Darkness, find our two remaining scions, Ida and Papalimo, wherever they may be at, and hopefully not bring about any more chaos into the midst. But with everything here in Ishgard coming to a somewhat peaceable resolution, I do believe this extended stay is a good point to call it at an end for us here at the corner. So, as always, we are going to end it on that note. Thank you for watching, and we will see you next time.